can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Namaste, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to another session of yoga and meditation here at Healing Our Earth. We have a fantastic lineup and speakers, so let's get started. I will start with Gayatri Mantra. You are welcome to chant whichever mantra works for you. Om. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Okay, so welcome everybody to Yoga and Meditation. Today's session, we're going to be speaking about stress management. That is how physically and emotionally actually found stress is non-dimensional. There's so many different dimensions that are involved that make stress. And today we're very lucky. We're joined by Dr. Mickey Mehta. Dr. Mickey Mehta is a leading global holistic health guru and a corporate life coach for 42 years and has been practicing yoga for 53 years. He has an honorary degree doctorate in holistic health and life sciences from the Open University for Complementary Medicines. Presently, he serves as a director of Holistic Health Wellness at Mumbai HSNC University. And he's also at the Ministry of External Affairs at various hospitals. Mickey Mehta has won many awards, and he is also an author of 4 bestsellers. That's The Shunyam Quotient and Lose Weight, Gain Shape, Immunity Plus, and Padmashi. Super Chef Sanjeev Kapoor recently launched The Weightless Unburdened. He's a speaker at Harvard University, IIMs, IITs, institutes, and conducted holistic health workshops globally. His clients include the US, Israel, Canadian consulates, and he's also leading within banks and law firms, FMCGs, and government agencies. He is an author, poet, philosopher, the brand, the institution, the legendary Dr. Mickey Mehta. We get to energized, naturalized, optimized, maximized, wellness revolutionized, and get to Mickey-mized. Global Namaste, Mickey Mehta. How are you?
How are you, Riddhi? I'm
Very
so
well,
happy
thank you.
I'm here. So I remember our discussion we had in London, And this has led to the culmination here. So from
That's
October
right.
to December, I was thinking that a young lady who's doing so much of good work needs to be supported. So here you are, here I am. And thank you, Neil Kumar, for healing our earth. And it's a great initiative. I'm sure it is stitching up the fabric of universal wellness.
Absolutely. I think things like this take so long to plan. It's been planning for the last 6 months. And today it's finally come to fruition because we've got people like you that can help us to lead these initiatives. So thank you so much for Dr. Mickey Mehta for taking time out of your busy schedule and joining us today.
Pleasure is completely mine. Let's shoot.
Fantastic. So the first question I had for you is, what does stress mean to you?
Lack of creative imagination, absence of creative imagination. For those who aren't creative in nature, will always be stressed as their first nature. And for those who will be creative in nature, there will be bliss as their first nature, joy, ananda. So all creative people really don't know what stress is. Like brave people don't know what fear is. Like healthy people don't know what disease is. So creative people don't know what stress is. People with faith, conviction, people with optimism, driven by optimism, driven by Atma Vishwas, Manobal, they don't know what stress is.
Right. So I think there's always two sides to the coin. Some of it can actually be really useful. How stress in healthy levels propels us towards a goal. It propels us towards our swadharma. It's very beneficial for us in terms of our mind, our body, and our emotions. It fulfills a specific purpose. The problem, however, comes when people are in high pressure, high stress situations, and they don't quite know how to process their stress effectively for effective health and wellness.
Okay, let me tell you here, Riddhi, that today the Occidental speakers and motivators have been talking about that how stress can be used creatively and productively because it propels you to perform.
Yes.
It gives you an impetus to be creative and productive. But let me tell you that a painter, a poet, a singer, a musician, a magician doesn't need stress to create.
No.
They create naturally.
Yes.
Any productivity coming out of stress is unnatural. And that will always have a tamas gun. It will never be complete, whole, wholesome, healing in nature. And it will never be totality. So creativity out of bliss, joy, optimism, faith. Creativity driven by absolute state of ananda and equilibrium, homeostasis, equanimity. That creativity quality will be very, very multidimensional and very different. You know,
Fantastic, Dr. Mickey Mehta.
You whip a horse, the horse will run.
Yes.
But with compassion, you connect with the horse. Your prefrontal cortex connects with his prefrontal cortex. Your limbic resonance with the horse's limbic resonance. And the whole universal impetus, they make you collaborate, cooperate, and the horse runs and you direct and navigate the horse.
Fantastic. But I think so often there must have been instances where people have been in a state of fear. So fear is three-dimensional. So it's either going to push us and propel us towards something, we're going to back away for it, or we're going to be completely frozen. So many times, as you're mentioning, the limbic system, which is the animal reptilian part of the brain, takes over and it flogs our decision-making abilities. It fogs our abilities to be able to think clearly, to be able to process effectively. And that comes down to a state of mental, emotional dimension within the brain. Could you reflect on that, please?
So when the limbic brain works standalone, like you see somebody close by in your family going through a car accident or a car falling on somebody repairing the car from below, you run instinctively, you lift up the car.
Yes.
So that's only limbic brain working. But the same thing could be done with consonance also. So there is coherence of your prefrontal cortex, limbic resonance, and your heart, magnetic field. So
Right.
when you do things out of coherence, there is no stress, yet the outcome is as dynamic or better without any negative effect. Anything done out of fight and flight response could probably give you a bad back, a disturbed spine, an injured lumbar region. But the same thing done in absolute awareness will keep you clean. So,
Right.
so coherence is very, very important when it comes to stress. All creativity happens only in coherence, collaboration, participation. So I'll give you a story. A Chinese emperor once asked a set of Zen monks and a set of normal monks to go out there in the forest and get them a dining chairs and dining table to seat 100 people. So 2 sets of monks set out and the 90 days limit was set. At the end of 90 days, the ordinary monks came back with the dining table and 100 chairs, and the emperor rejected it because it was not looking beautiful. And then came in the Zen monks, empty-handed. And the emperor said, what happened? So the Zen monk said, we went to the forest, sire. We inquired, how many of you would like to become a chair and how many of you would like to become a table? Nobody relented. But allow us some time. There are some trees who've given us an indication that very soon they will cooperate. So please allow us some time. So they went back to the forest and they approached those trees, and with their coherence, cooperation, collaboration, participation into the act, they could make wonderful chairs and wonderful table.
So I think that's a fantastic story, Dr. G. So a lot of the times it's our perspective that creates our reality. So for what one person might see as stress, the other person jumps feet in and actually gets involved and sees themselves and how they can actually co-create with this dharma and the universe, the Paramatma at that stage, to be able to achieve the results. And that sometimes people actually tend to get stuck. And that feeling of being stuck, that feeling of resistance, that feeling of frustration is what can then lead to psychosomatic illnesses, psychosomatic side effects.
100%. So any result of productivity coming out of stress, which means something that throws you out of inertia with force.
Yes.
Force and aggression is violation on your own being. It's a violation in the dimensions of creativity. So anything done with absolute awareness, which is not propelled by compulsion or a force behind or a fear, fight, so fight, flight, fornicate, and food. So these 4 responses are very basal to mankind. And these basal responses will always keep your kunda face down, subjected to gravity, and gravity always drains you. But when you create in coherence, there is no drain of energy. You could keep painting and you'll never get exhausted. If you paint with a deadline of finishing the piece of art by so-and-so time, you'll get exhausted.
Right. Yes.
If you create music, if you write a poem, whatever, philosophy, anything done with coherence, then obviously you rejuvenate while doing it. You don't deplete while doing it.
Right. So let's go back to this segment that we had about being in deadline-driven situations, about being able to perform under pressure, because let's face it, that's when that stress can start to kick in, right? It's not going to kick in if people are going to be able to take their own time over things and to be able to do things at their own pace. They're going to be working with their pranas, but it's when they're in this whole deadline-driven situation that sometimes they aren't aligned with their pranas. So what happens is that their senses are being thrown outwards. It's an outward force. Their digestive systems aren't working properly, the circadian rhythms aren't working properly, and overall it's causing a lot of psychological as well as physical damage. So how can we start to readdress this situation?
So Riddhi, very, very important is that pause before you power.
Right.
If you pause before you power, your power remains liberated. So psychosomatic response or reactions. So when you now or you look at it is, they are nothing but culmination of psychosomatic subconsciously eons back in time and sometimes eons back in lives. So the trigger point could happen in this life, but the seeding could have happened in previous lives. So it's only in the most primed situation it could get triggered. In the most pregnant situation, it could get triggered. It is said that the genes hold the gun and the environment pulls the trigger.
Yes.
So sometimes you could be activating your cancer genes because of the stress in the environment, because you've chosen to be in that environment, and because you've chosen to get subjected to that environment and be vulnerable in that environment. You keep your head high, a few deep breaths, getting both your nostrils in tandem, breathing in equilibrium, homeostasis gets established, equanimity gets established, and stress is gone. You've released the seed of psychosomatic disease.
Brilliant.
So to deal with it is the way to sing. The way to do pranayama is at the most basic level. Sing a little higher consciousness. Breathe, sing and dance, still little higher consciousness. Getting lost into divinity and absolute oneness and absolute stillness still is a part of higher consciousness. And the more you keep getting elevated to higher consciousness, the more at the lower you release it all through the Muladhara and through all the crevices. Literally, when you do the humming, you just blow out everything that is collected in your every cell. Okay? So from cell to center and center to celebration. So everything that you collected in every cell gets released and humming. So when you do your bhamri, and then there are touch points which activate those points in the brain which creates coherence in your electromagnetic field. And that vibratory frequency is extremely subtle and good enough for creativity. So you literally dispel and quell off all the foggy mind and give rise to creativity. Confusion goes off, creativity comes up. Complexities go up, go out, creativity is born again. So as simple as that, as simple as singing, as simple as dancing, as simple as simply taking a shower and your Abha Mandal gets completely healed and soothed. Getting out in the wind and taking the blow of the air right straight head front. And once again, your Abha Mandal is soothed. And so is your brain. So your sympathetic nervous system, parasympathetic nervous system, they begin to behave. So this is what we do when we work with terminally ill people, cancer patients, paralytic patients, and MS patients, asthma, cardiac collapse, whatever, pulmonary collapse. And we correct it all only through stimulations of Panchamahabhuta and your senses. So sensory stimulation. So from cells to senses, senses to stimulation, stimulation to getting centered, and centered to absolute celebration in the state of Kevalya.
It actually brings me to a very interesting proposition, and because what you're actually mentioning here is the ability to let go, the ability to be able to release. But so many people tend to be in that system where it's kind of like a kumbhakarn. So they keep adding the pressure, add pressure until the bottle explodes. And it's when that bottle explodes that they don't quite know how to deal with the mental, emotional states. They don't quite know what's happening. So it brings me to the proposition of losing weight as well. Many people say that as they come into yoga for the first time, they come into yoga to be able to lose weight. They come into yoga to be able to relax. But actually that proposition, if we look at it a little bit deeper, it's the ability to let go. It's the ability to relax and to just be present in the moment. Because after all, that is what yoga teaches us, is how to get present into the moment. Because if we're not thinking about the past and we're not thinking about the future, but we're here right here and now, then there is no stress.
So typically at the most basal level, as simple as a Bhujangasana,
right,
the stretch is straightening. The collected stress in the body and collected in your bones, collected in your tissues, collected in your spine, vertebrae. So when you stretch, you straighten. When you straighten, you release. Because throughout the day, we are not straight. We are either standing on one side, or we are sleeping on one side, we are sitting crouched, something or the other, because we are not aware.
Yes.
Being preoccupied disturbs the posture. That creates a state of dis-ease. Dis-ease creates a state of degeneration. That creates a state of disintegration. That creates a state of disorder. That creates a state of decay and death. So every stretch is straightening and every contraction is empowering. So contraction, holding the contraction, is the inner strength and capability of tolerance, patience, resilience, and holding the reservoir and building the reservoir of energy, which happens in Mahabandhas. And whenever each time you lock your core and breathe it out, you don't just breathe out air, you breathe out fears, phobias, insecurities, apprehensions, despair, right from your Manipura chakra, which is a vacuum, so to say, but it is a quantum field of collecting the impressions, the sanskaras of your negative life that you've collected here, harbored here. Why you harbor here? Because if it is released from here, you get a heart attack. So there is a defense mechanism in your diaphragm, in your thoraces. Now you can release it consciously, or it is released in absolute inflicted pain. Like a bullet comes to you and you scream, ah! Somebody punches you, you scream, ah! So that's a subconscious release. But when you do emotional catharsis in neuro-linguistic programming, in emotional freedom techniques, you scream consciously, ha! Now, consciously you've emptied your Manipura. Also in laughter. Ha 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 ha. So you've used both the polarities.
Fantastic. Yes. So actually by using both of those polarities and paying attention, I think that's the key that you've mentioned there is awareness of what's happening on all of those levels, so mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual, to be able to have that release. So Mickey Pai, you actually speak about this at Holistic 360 Degrees. So what is your USP there, and when should people come to you?
Okay. So generally, it's very unfortunate that people come to us only when all doors are closed and they don't see a sight of it. And they come to us in most terminal cases and where there is no go. Yet we have a team of Ayurveda doctors, homeopaths, naturopaths. We have Marma Chikitsaks also working with us. We have Yagna Chikitsas also working with us. We have Jyotish Vidya people champions working with us. So we collaborate the sciences. And once I assess and evaluate, then we almost set up hospitals and clinics in people's homes. So almost 12 to 15 therapists in the worst of cases, we start working together. And right from using breath as medicine, movement as medicine, sunshine as medicine, rest as medicine, chanting as medicine, Agni as medicine, and optimism, faith, and everything else as medicine, we move forward with herbs. And then we set up clinics at their homes to do Shirodhara, very important, because Shirodhara is extremely important for a Mastisk activation. So activation of your Agyan Chakra, which your pineal gland in turn sets your circadian rhythm right, the disturbed chords of your circadian rhythm. And then immediately when we do the stroking, we stroke in the Abhyangama, when we do the stroking, we stroke the occipital cavity. So this is all also where your stress is collected, because this is where your ahankara is collected. So there is a vacuum here, there is a vacuum here. So we release that too. Then we release the point of the solar plexus, the navel. Then we also do lots of bastis. We do kati bastis. Then we do nasyama. Then we do eardrops. Then we do vaman and virechan. So vaman is induced vomit, where you literally have to consciously, okay, so use your small ring finger to touch the left side of your gullet and induce vomit for you to empty yourself, and keep emptying till the last pitta, drop of pitta is out. And then literally you breathe very easy. Your 5 lobes of your lungs literally start breathing deeper. Your diaphragmatic movement after that increases when you sit straight. So of the many things I've just said, and all these are repairing, restoring, rejuvenating, regenerating, and just with God's help and blessings, we get people back to life. So always tell people that yoga, Ayurveda, naturopathy can make a dead man walk and a dumb man talk, and we actually do it with the blessings of the divine. No big thing. So today, quantum physics, today the science of neuroplasticity, science of epigenetics, science of transgenerational epigenetic reset, science of telomeres, science of microbiotas, microbiomes, and now there is PRP available, and there are so many things. There is fecal therapy available, everything that Ayurveda did in the past. There is Lech therapy available, which is Rakta Mokshan. Okay, so we do it all as per the needs.
Fantastic. So by actually doing this, it's like we're giving people back the ability to take responsibility for their own health, because their own health is their health.
We facilitate and make people their own healers. We do this long distance also with clients abroad. So we try and hire teams for them, and we train the team with our protocol, or we just do as much possible long distance on Zoom. But yes, for people who can afford, they call me over. And I'm again coming to London to meet a client on the 23rd of December. So I'll be spending first 3 days with the client, and thereafter I'm taking a short break.
Oh, fantastic. Well, we look forward to welcoming you back to London. And for people that are watching on social media or partner channels, how can they connect with you?
So, well, I will be dishing out my Facebook address is.
Fantastic. Yes. So it's Dr. Mickey Mehta, right?
I will send it out. I will dish it out to you.
Yes.
But as normally I do, my most favorite patent 10 commandments before I culminate or conclude.
Please.
So commandment number 1, let wellness be the religion number 1, because religions divide, wellness unites. Commandment number 2, join Dr. Mickey Mehta's Wellness Revolution for Human Evolution. Commandment number 3, strong exercise for biceps is to uplift the poor. Commandment number 4, strong exercise for the shoulders is to take the responsibilities of the underprivileged. Commandment number 5, be rooted in humility to be better fruited in humanity, that is for strong legs. Then, of course, sleep every night with a wish to heal yourself, wake up every morning with a promise to heal the world. And then you can get energized, maximized, optimized, naturalized, internalized, eternalized, revolutionized, evolutionized, humanized, immunized, revitalized, regularized. With Dr. Mickey Mehta, you get mesmerized. With Riddhi, you get hypnotized. With my brother Neil Kumar, you get absolutely specialized. And with healing our earth, we all get Mickey-mized.
Fantastic. Let's get Mickey-mized. Thank you so much, Mickey Mehta. It's been a
love
privilege
to my brother Himanshu.
Today.
Himanshu, brother, I wish you all the luck for this. I'm sure you're going to stun them all. I have to leave for a wedding in the family. I can see Amrita Shi Sharma, how are you? I can see Dr. Vishnuji, how are you? Thank you for joining in. Nishit Kotak, how are you? I can see Lata, Team London, how are you? God bless you all. Love you all. God bless you all.
Mickey,
Namaste.
global namaste to you, and let us all get the world, get Mickey-mized through you. Keep on smiling. Stay on the line, Mickey, just before you go.
Okay.
Global namaste, Dr. Vishnu, and we are proud to say we are going live to Kerala right now, to the world's biggest global Ayurveda festival. Amrita, would you like to tell the globe what it is about? And Dr. Vishnu, global namaste to you. Do you read me? Over.
Global namaste, Dr. Vishnu. We are moving live to Global Ayurveda Festival at the Greenfield International Stadium, Thiruvananthapuram, and we'll be shortly talking with Dr. Vishnu and having the glimpses from the Global Ayurveda Festival live. Over to you. Dr. Vishnu, please tell us the experience of Global Ayurveda Festival, how it has been the first, second, and the third day today. Over to you. Thank you.
Vishnu, just before you talk, Vishnu, I want you to meet Dr. Mickey Mehta and Himanshu, both are here. So on the next festival, I would like the Ayurveda festival in Kerala to start with actually doing bit of stress release, yoga, mental happiness before we run into the festival. I will be talking to you later about it, but say hello to Dr. Miki Mehta in Mumbai and Himanshu Mehta in Mumbai.
Hi, Dr. Vishnu Saab. Namaste, global namaste.
Namaste, Dr. Vishnu. Namaste.
And we have got our Riddhi here as well, who has come leaps and bounds, and she is now also part of a production team. So Vishnu, go ahead and tell us the good news. We saw the opening, you know, the reel, it was fantastic. You had all the big guns for the Ayurveda there, including Ministry of Ayush, Rajesh Kotecha, the ministers, and all the Kerala ministers. Tell us more about it, and over to you. Thank you.
One second. See, now I am in a function of the Global Ayurveda Festival itself. So I will just make some arrangements so that they can be there. So all can see the festive there. So I can't move about much. That's why I will be arranging somebody to move about and explain all these things. Not I will explain, but I may not be able to move about. So for the time being, for 5 minutes, let me take a leave to arrange somebody who can show you the festive there. So show you the farm there. So
okay, Vishnu, we copy that.
Okay.
Vishnu, copy that.
Just a 5 minutes straight. Okay.
Yes,
okay,
Vishnu.
Neil Kumarji, thank you. Brother, love you. Love you, Himanshu. Shine as always.
That was great.
Thank you. Riddhi ji,
Thank you very much.
my gratitude to you.
Thank
I
you
will
very
see you
much.
in London, okay? Thank you. Bye-bye. Neil Kumar,
Thank you.
Harrow Hills, I'm going to be there.
Thank you, Mickey. Welcome to London. And
you.
we hope
Thank
you
you,
have a
brother.
lovely Christmas and enjoy the wedding. Maybe send us the pictures so we can share with our healing.
Yes,
center.
of course.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mickey.
of course.
Keep on smiling, buddy. And remember to get
Yes, brother. Love you.
minimized, connect
Get
to
Mickey
Mickey
Mike. Love you
Mehta.
lots. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank
All right, buddy. Bye.
you. Bye-bye.
Well, we are back to you, Riddhi and Amrita. So, Amrita, if you understood that, Vishnu is going to come back. We are going to go live to Kerala, the festival. This is the world's biggest Ayurveda festival. Meanwhile, we are at Himanshu's slot. So, Himanshu, during your time, we'll be going live to Kerala. I want the Kerala to adopt a bit of yoga as well, because Ayurveda and yoga goes together. So if we start the ball rolling now, it will be beautiful. And you know what we do at Healing Our Earth? We get the world connected live during the live shows. So Amrita, we'll pass it back to Riddhi. Riddhi, welcome Himanshu, Pratima, and the full gang. And Sam is there in Scotland still watching. Sam, thank you very much. Sam is from Patanjali. He's one of the most senior person on the earth for Patanjali. Sam, we'll see you a bit later. Thank you very much. And over to you, Riddhi.
Fantastic. So, global namaste, Himanshu Bhai. As well as Dr. Miki Mehta, I've also had the privilege to speak to you about this project as well, which I'm very keen to start developing here in the UK. And for the audience members that don't know Himanshu Mehta, let me introduce him. So Himanshu is somebody that has been working within the yoga field for many, many decades. He's had a knowledge and practice out on Juhu Beach on Saturday mornings. He's very keen to get the audience involved, to get them practicing for their own betterment, also for their own physical, mental, and emotional health. He strongly believes that yoga has the power in positive changes for the fruition of the human race. In other words, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is bringing everyone together to enjoy the power of yoga, to enjoy the power of meditation. And I'm also really pleased to announce that just last year, he's also introduced his own book, which is Making of a Yogi, in which he's got several of his own excerpts, which he'll be sharing with us here today during the practice of yoga and meditation, but he's also done something very, very unique with his work. He's managed to put together the pictures and the dimensions into visual artistications and metaphors so that it is practical and reliable evidence of what yoga and meditation can achieve. And he's put all of these excerpts together in his book, The Making of a Yogi, to take somebody from the very beginning, when they've just first started off with yoga, the first class, right up to being experts in yoga. And he's done this beautifully, comprising all of his knowledge, all of his technical skills and abilities, and he's shared that beautifully with the world as well. And his book is available on Amazon to buy, and that is The Making of a Yogi. Himanshu Bhai, welcome to Healing OS.
Thank you, Riddhi. That was a wonderful introduction, and thank you so much. So, global namaste to all family members and followers of Healing Our Earth. My warm welcome and gratitude for everyone's presence on my talk titled Stress Busting, Breathing, Asanas for a Balanced Life. Let us understand what is stress. Let's see the dictionary meaning and what has been informed by WHO. Stress can be defined as a state of worry or mental tension caused by a difficult situation. Stress is a feeling of emotional or physical tension. It can come from any event or thought that can make us feel frustrated, angry, or nervous. Stress is a human response that prompts us to address challenges and threats in our lives. Everyone experiences stress to some degree. Many a times, it's like fight or flight situation. Stress makes it hard for us to relax and can come with a range of emotions, including anxiety and irritability. When stressed, we may find it difficult to concentrate. We may experience headaches or other body pains, an upset stomach, or trouble sleeping. We may find we lose our appetite or eat more than usual. Chronic stress can worsen pre-existing health problems and may increase a person's use of alcohol, tobacco, and other addictions. Stressful situations can also cause or worsen mental health conditions, most commonly anxiety and depression. Yes, it is natural to feel stressed in challenging situations such as job interviews, school exams, unrealistic workloads, an insecure job, or conflict with family, friends, or colleagues. For many people, stress reduces over time as the situation improves or as they learn to cope emotionally with the situation. Stress tends to be the widespread during events such as major economic crises, disease outbreaks, natural disasters, war, and community violence. My suggestion to everyone would be avoid any form of aggressive workout, including running, whenever you feel very stressed, because any such exercises work on sympathetic nervous system, which creates muscles and nerves more tensed than to relax, thus adding more to the stress, leading to breakdown in health condition. Now let us understand, where does stress usually trigger? Between the 2 ears. So does yoga. Thus, yoga can be a perfect remedy for stress. Yoga exercises activates and regulates parasympathetic nervous system that relaxes nerves and muscles. The first physical symptom of stress that most of us many experience is neck and shoulder pain. To begin with, let's do some simple neck exercise. I would appreciate if every one of you can switch on their video and join me. It will prove to be very relaxing. We'll do short 5 neck exercises. That camera is working? Okay. Okay. Let's go. Yep, we stand into it. I hope we are visible.
You're
So
visible.
stand comfortably with the feet apart, chin parallel to the ground. What is it? This is a message.
Okay, so whilst they're getting set up there in India, I'd just like to advise those of you that would like to jump onto your mats. We've got about a 30-minute session where we're going to be learning various asanas and various breathing techniques that can help us to bust stress and that can actually be very productive for our overall health and well-being. And then we will be joined by Himanshu ji again for a short chit-chat session. Over to you, Himanshu.
Yeah. So now breathing in slowly, deep. Move your neck to the right, over the shoulder. Exhaling, move to the left. Inhaling, come to the center. Again, exhaling, move to the right. Inhaling, move to the left. Again, exhale and come to the center. The second one, again, chin parallel. Now, look down. Touch your chin to the chest, exhaling. Inhale and come up. Look up to the ceiling. Exhale again and go down. Touch the chin to the chest. Inhale and come up. The breathing is deep and gentle. Now, we turn to the left and right. So, exhaling, go to the right side, trying to touch your earlobe to the shoulder. Breathing in, come up. Exhale on the left. Try and feel the stretch on the neck. Breathing in, come up. One more time. On the right. Breathing in. Exhale and go on the left. Breathing in, come to the center. Now we do a neck rotation. Again, take the chin to the chest. Slowly rotate, breathing in on the right, clockwise. Now, coming back, breathing, exhaling. Take the chin to the chest. Now, anti-clockwise, breathing in. Exhaling, come down. Come back to the center. Now we have a shoulder rotation. The fifth one. Slowly raise your shoulders, your arms. Go into clockwise motion. Breathing in. Exhaling. Exhaling, come down. Try and touch your shoulder blades. Exhale. One more time. Exhale. Now anti-clockwise. We do 2 times. Inhale. Go up. Exhale. Come down. Again, inhale. Up. Touch your shoulder blades. Exhale, come down. Yeah, that was so simple, but very effective. It calms the nervous system and you feel de-stressed. Yeah. I've written a lot on causes and remedies of stress in my recently authored book, Making of a Yogi, as you mentioned. Tagline, What Yoga is All About. Now, some excerpts. In page number 567, I mentioned that regular practice of the stretches, bends, and inversions, the basic movements asanas, restores strength and stamina to the body. Asanas, together with pranayama or control of breath, rectify physical, physiological, and psychophysiological disorders. They have a positive impact on the effects of stress and disease. Among many ailments, one can benefit from the practice of asanas for osteoarthritis, high and low blood pressure, diabetes, asthma, and anorexia. Likewise, in between my talks, I will quote the excerpts from my book, informing page numbers, so viewers who have already have my book can have a handy reference. The world today is overwhelmingly materialistic, and this has created a great spiritual void in our lives. Our lifestyles are unduly complex, and we become stressed primarily as a result of our own actions. Many office workers, especially those in sales, constantly face stress due to demanding sales targets. Ironically, the same corporations causing this stress often invest in seminars on stress management. The idea of stress management seems to have originated from the West, particularly the USA. In the 70s and 80s, American corporations adopted a slave driver approach using carrot and stick technique to boost profitability. While concepts of money management, wealth management, and health management make sense, the notion of stress management seems absurd. Stress is neither an income nor an asset that one can manage. In developing countries like India, the concept of stress management was unheard of until the early 90s, and it might have arrived as a side effect of globalization. For office goers and people having desk job experiencing neck and body pain, I devised 2 one-minute stress busting techniques, which we will demonstrate. I see now some of you are somewhat slouching or having inappropriate sitting posture. So let's practice together. It's so simple. So this posture, I'll ask I'll guide through. Okay. So that's basically a modified Uttanasana. Yeah, you can. Is it visible? Yeah, she's visible. Okay. Right. So feet apart, toes in, heels out. And yeah, she's measuring the distance. It should be 2 feet distance, basically. So toes in, heels and heels out and toes in. Now raise your arms up. All right. Slowly exhaling, go down, keeping your back flat. Slow. Stop there. Stop there. Stop there. Yeah, 90 degrees. Stop at 90 degrees. Yep. Okay. Now she's pushing the butts back as if she's about to fall. Yeah. And that is giving a good stretch on the hamstring. Now this is the magic area. This hamstring. There are no other exercise, any other physical exercise except for yoga where you can stretch the hamstrings. So now slowly exhale and go down. Slowly go down, flat back. Okay, still go down. Now her hand and head are both moving together, synchronizing. It's like the bicep touching the earlobes. Place the hands beside the feet. Yeah. Try and go down still. Pressurize more. Okay. Now hold your elbows, keeping the forearms in front of the forehead, in line with the forehead, yes. Now just leave the hands and relax. Your head is as loose as a hanging coconut. Now breathe in and slowly come up. Slow. Yeah, that was modified Uttanasana. It's a 1-minute stress buster. So if you are sitting for long hours in office in front of so the best thing would be just take a break for 10 minutes and try this asana, relieved of stress. The second one, Adho Mukha Svanasana, that's facing dog. So again, Pratima will demonstrate. Yeah, go on all your fours. Yes. Maintain 1 foot distance between the arms and no, you can narrow down if you can. Okay. Yeah. And don't bend from here. You know. In Iyengar yoga class, we used to receive spanking if even with the slightest bend of 1 millimeter. So don't bend at all. Yes, the magic is here in the hamstring. You rising like it's like a rising mountain. Yeah. And your drishti is towards the navel. Yeah. Again, you're bending. Need a spanking, okay? That's a good one, right? Nice. See, she's feeling a good stretch all across the body, more particularly on the shoulder and neck and the hamstring. Okay, relax and come up. So we have YouTube and Insta link for the videos, as well as there are many of the asanas there on my social media platforms. If you have any questions, you may please put it in the chat box. Yoga is very effective for preventions as well as management of all pervading stress and stress-related disorders. Modern medicine is very effective in controlling infections, performing surgeries, and managing diseases. However, it has a limited role in stress-based chronic, degenerative, old age, and lifestyle-related disorders, which are the bane of modern society, page 27. Still, if one feels stress, then I recommend 2 of the sharp exhalation exercise, which I will demonstrate. We can practice for 12 times each. And it's again very simple. So I would request you to join me. Simple but very effective. Yeah, you can. So it's like, again, stand with feet comfortably apart. Raise your arms. And it's like just throwing off the stress. Sharp exhalation. Yes, good. The second one. Now you already thrown the stress on the ground and you crush it now with the feet. Yeah. Raise your feet. Someone has joined. One last time. Yes. You feel relieved, right? Whoever did would experience that. Oh, you tried. Riddhi, you tried? Is it? Huh.
Feeling relaxed already just by doing those.
Yeah. So it just requires a few minutes of little bit of movement in the right way and a right breathing pattern. That's it. You get rid of all the stress.
It's literally just the letting go as well, isn't it? Just the release of all of that tension.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Another dynamic stress reliever for physically agile person can be handstand. I would demonstrate, but please do not follow unless and until you have been practicing from a long time. So I'll demonstrate for 2 minutes. Okay. Yeah. Now, after going up, I just stretch my body with a deep, gentle breathing. Oh, it's amazing. Oh, you tried, Riddhi? Did you? Okay. So if one is aspiring for physically strong and holistic body as well as a spiritual elevation, then I would strongly recommend our device, globally first of its kind, Surya Namaskar with chakra meditation on mantras. I've written a detailed chapter. It's on page 37 with QR code for its videos. So this practice invokes the energy reservoirs within the body, that is the chakras, inducing enthusiasm and relieving stress. It encompasses pranayama practice by combining asana with bandhas and mudras in a sequential way, aligning the typical rhythm of Purak, Kumbhak, and Rechak, the three phases of yogic respiratory movements. In effect, we succeed in slowing down our breaths, which are normally 12 to 16 a minute, to just about 2 breaths a minute, which helps to calm the nerves, initiating tranquility. It helps one transcend from physiological to psychological, that is a tranquility plane, and elevates one to psychophysiological, that is meditative experience. It has a prophylactic and anti-stressing effects. Our anchor host, Dr. Lalit Soda, will endorse this fact as he had tried out one of our sessions on Juhu Beach on his visit last year to Mumbai. Page 158 says, the main benefit of yoga, both in and out of the bedroom, is reducing stress. Studies suggest that regular yoga practice helps to reduce stress levels in the body by decreasing cortisol levels. Increased stress can have many negative effects on the body, and decreased sexual desire is one of them. What sex should be a creative act has become mechanical and routine for a few minutes of stress relief, says Bharat Thakur. Instead, yogic postures make you supple and relaxed, so your body functions beautifully. Yoga helps your essential mental and physical aspects to work together in harmony. Dr. Mehta agrees the benefits of yoga in enhancing sexual energy and libido, especially in men, have been well documented. Yoga asanas like pelvic lifts and Surya Namaskar improve blood circulation and are crucial for sexual function. Then on page 162, I have recommended another 2 amazing stress relieving asanas. The camel pose, Ustra, I'll request to it. This pops your whole body by opening your hips and spine, building better endurance. It also helps in de-stressing your whole system. Yes, you can. So yeah, she'll go kneel down, yeah, and now slowly bend your body back here. Push your hips in front here, still more. You can try with the flat feet. Yes, better, more balanced. So she is supposed to, let me give some correction. She is supposed to move in front. Yeah. It should be 90 degrees basically. And the chest is opening up. Now come up. So you free of stress? Yes, okay. That's or modified child's pose, Balasana. This pose is fantastic way to open up the hip and find deep relaxation. Focus should be on resting. You can try that. Focus should be on resting and breathing throughout the pose, which can help any stress and anxiety melt away. It's a grounding pose that allows you to surrender and let go. If you can practice with a friend or partner, then both can have a very good stretching and relaxation. So, yeah, you can turn. Yeah. So, knees apart, not that's too wide. Narrow it, only to the size of the mat. Yes. Go flat back. Yeah. Rest your forehead on the floor. Yeah, palms are fully stretched and raised up. Yeah. Okay. So now the other partner also can have a good stretch. And below yeah, that's great. How do you feel? Okay. Likewise, Shavasana and Yog Nidra, if mindfully done, then it can be an excellent stress reliever. So far, we discussed and practiced on basis of all physical body movements. Regulating breath through pranayama practice can be an extraordinary stress reliever, bringing awareness to the present moment. Let us try Nadi Shodhana, or popularly confused with Anlom Vilom. Both are different, really speaking, but people generally get confused. This technique is for balancing of energy through alternate nostril breathing. It is so very soothing and has amazing calming effects on the parasympathetic nervous system. In Anlom Vilom, there is no need to hold the breath, whereas in Nadi Shodhana, one needs to hold the breath inside for as long as possible. We can start with the practice of 4-second inhale, 6-second retention, and then 10 seconds exhaling. We will do 2 cycles of practice together. So you can do it in the Nasigra Mudra. So yeah, that's the thumb, the ring finger and the little finger resting on the thumb. So here I'm placing the ring and the ring finger and the little finger on the left nostril and inhaling from the right. Deep inhalation, 4 seconds. Holding it for 10 seconds. And exhaling. Exhaling for 10 seconds, of course, sorry. Now from the left, inhale. 4 seconds. Hold it for 6 seconds. Exhaling for 10 seconds. One more cycle. Inhale from the right. Hold it. 6 seconds. Exhale from the left. Inhale from the left. Hold it. Exhale. Right. Sorry. Maharishi Patanjali defines yoga in his second sutra as Yogaha Chitta Vritti Nirodha, which means yoga is stoppage of mental modifications. Thus, yoga is removal of fluctuations of mind. Principal aim of yoga is to quieten these fluctuations, which can cause so much stress and pain. And ultimate aim of yoga is to stop all kinds of vrittis in chitta and go beyond vrittis and gunas through deep meditation, leading to shunya avastha or nothingness. page 73. Let me demonstrate this phenomena of pratyahara by way of Brahmari pranayam in Shanmukhi mudra. Why so Shanmukhi mudra? Because it's withdrawal of all the five senses. So you can try with me the Shanmukhi mudra, Brahmari. The index finger, place it on the eyelid. The middle finger just above the nostril. The ring finger above the upper lip. The pinky below the lower lip. And then thumb inserted inside the ears. So now all of five senses are withdrawn. Now breathe in deep and then slowly exhale, creating a humming sound of a black bee. One more time. If one approaches the world and daily events with an attitude of ahimsa, kindness, friendliness, and thoughtful consideration of others, then interactions with friends, co-workers, and strangers are less stressful and have more positive outcomes. Page 101. That brings us to food. Food plays a very important role. So, page 143 says, Sattvic or balanced, Santulit Ahar or complete Sampurna foods keep one healthy physically as well as mentally. It is essential to take vegetarian food as it is conducive to a happy, peaceful life. Non-vegetarian foods or Rajasic and Tamasic foods may cause diseases like obesity, cancer, blood pressure, diabetes, and autoimmune diseases. They also lead to mental tension, disturbances, stress, etc. In adopting a non-vegetarian diet, we violate the fundamental principles of yoga like natural justice, love, friendship, kindness, and coexistence with other beings. Maharishi Patanjali, through his Sutra 2.16, conveys, which happens to be one of my favorite, that also helps me to remain stress-free at best. The Sutra says, Heyam Dukkham Anagatam, meaning pain or future suffering which is yet to come is to be avoided or discarded. Now let us understand practical ways for stress management. Maintaining a daily routine can help us use our time efficiently and feel more in control. Set time for regular meals, time with family members or friends, exercise daily, chores and other recreational activities. What I mean to say is compartmentalize so that there is no stressful situation for anything. Getting enough sleep is more important for both body and mind. Sleep repairs, relaxes, and rejuvenates our body and can help reverse the effects of stress. Good sleep habits or sleep hygiene include to remain consistent settings and maintaining your fixed bedtime and waking up at the same time each morning. including on the weekends, immensely helps. I've been practicing the same from quite a number of years now, so I feel I can endorse that. Maintaining our sleeping area, quiet, dark, relaxing, and comfortable at a comfortable temperature. Limit use of electronic devices such as TVs, computers, or smartphones at least 30 minutes before bedtime. Avoid large meals, caffeine, and alcohol before bedtime. Ideally, to have dinner 2 or 3 hours before bedtime works the best. Doing regular exercises, preferably yoga, being physically active during the day can help you fall asleep more easily at night. So
fantastic, Himanshu Bhai. Thank you so much for such a lovely pranayama and asana session. I was most fortunate to be able to follow along with your instructions and really benefit from some of those things that you had to share with us. Stick around because we've actually going to be going into mental relaxation with Yoga Nidra and Ayurveda as well. And it's some of the tips that you've got in your book that you just shared with our audience as well. So I'm sure that you'll be in with a treat as well. And just to introduce our next guest as well, he has also had the privilege of training in Bharat as well as yourself, Himanshu. He's been training at Vyasa himself, and where he's actually done his yoga therapy training. He's got a background in science there, and then he's actually been able to work with yoga therapy. So pretty much the kind of work that you're already doing, but he's coming at it from a mental relaxation perspective. And isn't it just so important that we give ourselves those breaks during the day where perhaps we can just turn off for like a minute or two between two important tasks of the day to be able to think slightly differently, to be able to not even think, and to just take a break away from all that mental stimulation, to literally just be. So thank you so much, Himanshu. Do stay around. Global Namaste, Madhurji.
Namaste. Thank you so much.
Lovely to have you with us. So, as I was just saying, you've done your training at Vyasa in Bangalore, where you've done your yoga therapy. I think you were out there for a few years, so you were actually able to embrace the lifestyle. You were able to embrace the way that they do things and to compare how they do things in Bharat compared to the busy, hectic lifestyle that we get involved with in the UK. And how the two are pretty much separate, different. The UK-US lifestyle is a lot faster. It's a lot more fast-paced, whereas in India, they've got that time to be able to take a little bit of time out of those busy schedules and to be able to relax. But isn't it just so important how we can bring that relaxation into our daily lifestyles as well?
Yes, sir. It is. Certainly, it is very important.
Yes. And can you elaborate on that?
There should be definitely stimulation and the relaxation going hand in hand.
Yes.
Right. Unfortunately, in the West, looks like we are missing on how to relax ourselves. That's the cause of all this stress, like Mickey G and Himanshu Ji was mentioning about the stress. Yeah, it's really important what our priorities are, right? And if you can actually schedule what are your priorities, I think you are handling the stress then and there 50%.
Fantastic. Yeah. So scheduling in terms of what's most important and what's most urgent to be done first. And then what are the shoulda, coulda, wouldas? What are the things that perhaps we can leave until a later time? Or what are the things where we've got to prioritize ourselves first? Because when we prioritize ourselves first, we have more to give to other people.
Absolutely. Absolutely. When you realize your health is important, then naturally you are not towards the junk. And we have seen a lot of people, in spite of knowing tobacco, alcohol, all these are not good for your health, still you tend to go for it, right?
Yes.
So I think that's the vijnana, what we are learning, our knowledge should help us in properly applying those things into our regular life, not just for the sake of the knowledge.
Yeah, Madhuji, I actually call it the pressure pedal test. And the pressure pedal test is when we've got our day-to-day work, right? So we've got our day-to-day jobs that we're leading. And what we're doing is we've got deadline after deadline. So if we take that as being complete relaxation and this as being empty, what tends to happen is that we are swinging between the two things. So swinging between relaxation and flat out. But a lot of the times people don't come back up for air. So they don't do the things that perhaps Himanshu Bhai has mentioned or Mickey Bhai has mentioned. So they're going straight flat out and then they tend to remain there. And then they try and push harder and work harder. And they don't have as much to be able to give it because they've only got such a limited capacity. Whereas when they do the things that perhaps you're going to be mentioning a little bit later, they're able to give themselves that array of space to breathe, to be able to relax, to come back up for air, so that then they've got more to give it.
Yeah. I mean, like I mentioned, we are missing the basic sense of the life, to be honest. And like Patanjali Maharshi has mentioned, yoga is nothing but bringing that equanimity, samatvam yoga muchyate, right? You should be able to bring that balance in all the aspects of life. There is no such thing called stress. And there is no such thing like you pushing yourself on the pedal and never coming back.
Right.
Right. As long as we are able to manage that balancing, life will be fruitful, and the ultimate goal, which is the ananda, will be able to reach it without much stress.
Yes.
I think that that way, along with the physical practices like the asana and the pranayama, I think you have to know how to relax your mind as well. Right. Controlling the
Absolutely.
mind is one of the major issues, especially in this part of the world. I would say Bharat is not very far from this.
Right.
With this new technologies taking us ahead. However, I think, like you mentioned, still there is a little prioritization in Bharat. People are still able to manage and take out some time for themselves. Unfortunately, we are running behind something which we ourselves doesn't know where we are heading to.
Yes.
That way, bringing the yoga, pranayama, and the dhyana into your regular life will be able to bring that balance absolutely without much effort.
And it's a much smarter way of being able to work throughout the day as well, because quite rarely, and I'd love to know what your take is on this as well, but rarely are we actually just in the physical or just in the mental or just in the emotional. Our lives are basically never just a single track. There's always so many different thoughts that are going on simultaneously at the same time, and we've got to be able to prioritize between those thoughts. So it's more of a journey through, and the breath is the thing that connects the body and the mind together.
I think that's what been my personal experience.
Right.
Right. As long as we know how to draw a line, where to draw a line, you're comfortably there. I mean, I'm not saying everyone to just give away everything in your life and take yoga as your path and walk into the mountains, have a peaceful life. No, that's not how it's supposed to be. You should be living in the society. You should be doing your daily courses for sure. You should be following all your responsibilities, right? Just like the Patanjali Maharshi has mentioned about all the yamas and niyamas, do's and don'ts for the society and for a personal being. If we can follow those and if we can stick to those, at least one of the yama and niyama, I think it's very easy to actually bring the balance in our regular lives.
And how important is that? Because a lot of the times people tend to jump straight into doing the asanas, straight into doing the pranayam, and they haven't done the background work of the yogas and the niyamas. They haven't prepared themselves adequately for the practice. So then it ends up being things like, well, actually, I want to go to yoga to be able to lose weight, or I want to go to yoga to be able to tone up. And they're missing the essence of what yoga really is about.
Very unfortunately, the people who are promoting yoga, they emphasize mostly on the physical aspects of the yoga. And it's very easy for the other people to understand when you're bending your back, when you're bending forward. All right. That shows like, wow, such a curvy body. It's nice. Yeah. Very good spine. It's very easy to show it to the outer world about the physical aspects. But if you're talking about the mental aspects, just giving them the instruction, just talking them will not help much. But how to apply them in day-to-day life practically, I think once they experience that, then that way they'll be able to understand it better.
Yes.
Right? If someone is saying you have to speak only truth, like the Satya, and someone who's a non-vegetarian, right? If you are telling them you have to follow ahimsa, you're not supposed to eat meat, it doesn't look practical for them. But once they start experiencing it, quit the non-veg for some time and see the changes for yourself in your body and the way you think and the way you act, right? I think that way you'll be able to explain to the people and people will be able to understand it in a better way. So
Fantastic,
I
yes, because
believe,
then that's when they really get the benefits of it, because they're practically applying. I think there's so much information that's available on Google where they can have a quick search and find things out, but how much of the time are they applying the knowledge that they've learned? I mean, we've just had some really great demonstrations today of pranayama, of asanas, but to actually take those practical elements and apply them is when they get the results. And that is often those results that they're missing, because they're thinking, well, what does that do for me? But actually, by practicing it, as I'm sure you will show us today, they'll be able to ascertain what those results are for them and how it helps them with their lives.
Definitely. I believe in that. Practically making the people experience what they're going to get is makes them put that into their regular life instead of just giving the information.
Yes.
Like you already mentioned, information is available everywhere, right? But one should be able to make out the difference between that knowledge and the information. Once you start applying that knowledge into your life, definitely, I don't think people will deny practicing yoga or meditation.
And that's really where the happiness lies as well, isn't it? So Madhuji, go ahead. I think you've got a fantastic array of things that you would like to share with us today. The next half an hour is yours, and then we'll come back for chit chat.
Sure. If everyone is comfortable, I wanted to give a session on yoga nidra. I'll be it's mostly like a guided meditation, I would say. I'll be giving you the instructions. Just lie down on the back comfortably, or if you're sitting on a chair, just make sure you're comfortable. Stretch your legs out, spread your arms out, and keep your eyes closed. And we'll get into the practice. Make sure you don't have a mobile switched on. For the next 30 minutes. Just give this wonderful time for yourself and enjoy this process of yoga nidra. Hari Om. Once everyone is ready, gently lay down on your back or relax on the chair. Make sure there is absolutely no tightness or stiffness anywhere in the body. Gently close your eyes and observe your whole body from bottom to top. Make yourself completely comfortable and relaxed. Now slowly start bringing your awareness to the tips of your toes. Gently move your toes one by one, and relax your toes. Sensitize the soles of your feet. And relax your feet. Relax your ankle joints. Relax your calf muscles. Pull up your kneecaps. Release and relax them. Gently bring your awareness to your thigh muscles. Relax your front of the thighs. Relax your hamstrings. Relax your pelvic region. Loosen up your hip joints and relax them. Now gently squeeze your buttocks as tight as possible. Just collapse and relax them. Now gently bring your awareness to your waistline and relax your waistline. From the waistline to the tips of your toes, your entire lower portion of the body is relaxing. To relax further, especially your lower portion of the body, let's chant one round of Akara. Breathe in normally. While chanting the Akara, open your mouth and make a loud sound of Akara. Breathe in. Feel the vibrations of Akara chanting. And feel that wonderful relaxation of your lower portion. The frequency of the Akara is equivalent to the frequency of your lower portion. When this frequency match happens, that brings out the maximum relaxation. Now slowly bring your awareness to your abdomen region and just observe your abdominal movements. Observe that your abdominal muscles are moving up and down in a beautiful rhythm. Relax your abdomen. Now slowly bring your awareness to your chest portion of the body. Feel the expansion of your chest when you inhale in all the directions. And observe that your chest is collapsing back when you breathe out. Relax your chest portion of the body. Now gently bring your awareness to your lower back region. Relax your backbone. Relax your spine at each and every vertebrae. Relax the muscles along with your spine. Relax your middle back. Relax your shoulder blades. And then relax your upper back. With this, your entire back portion of your body is relaxing. Now gently bring your awareness to the tips of your fingers. Slowly move your fingers one by one, one by one. Sensitize your fingers and relax them. Now relax your palms. Relax your wrist joints. Relax your forearms. And relax your elbow joints. Relax your biceps and the triceps. Now slowly bring your awareness to your neck region. Gently move your head towards your left extreme. And slowly move it to the right extreme. And gently bring it to the center. Relax your neck portion of the body. From your neck till your waistline, your entire mid portion of the body is relaxing. Now, to give the maximum relaxation to your mid portion, let's chant one round of O-kara. Make a round of your lips, and while exhaling, make the sound of O-kara. Inhale deeply. With the vibrations of O-kara chanting, each and every cell of your mid portion are totally relaxed. Observe that wonderful lightness of your mid portion and the lower portion of the body. Now gently bring your awareness to your head portion. Relax your chin. Relax your lower jaw and the upper jaw. Relax your lower gums and upper gums. Relax your teeth Relax the hard palate and the soft palate. Relax your tongue. And relax your throat region. Your entire mouth portion of the body is relaxing. Now gently bring your awareness to your lips. Relax your lower lip and the upper lip. Now slowly bring your awareness to the tip of your nostrils. Observe the warm air touching the walls of your nostrils when you're breathing out. And observe the cool air passing in when you're breathing in. Relax your nostrils. Feel the heaviness of your cheeks. And relax your cheeks. Now slowly bring your awareness to your eyeballs. Feel the heaviness of your eyeballs. And relax them. Relax your eyelids. Relax your eyelashes. Relax your eyebrows. Now gently bring your awareness to the center of your eyebrows and relax that particularly. Now slowly bring your awareness to your forehead region. Make sure there are no wrinkles on your forehead region. Wrinkles on your forehead represents the stress. And we are getting rid of the stress here. Relax your forehead. Relax your temple points. Relax your ears. Now gently bring your awareness to the crown of your head. Relax your crown of the head. And slowly shift your awareness to the back of the head. And relax your back of the head. From the crown of your head till your neck region, your entire head portion is relaxing. To relax further, especially your head portion of the body, let's chant Makara. Inhale. Feel the vibrations of Makara chanting. And feel that wonderful relaxation of your head portion of the body. From the crown of your head to the end of your toes, each and every cell of your physical body are relaxing to the core. Let's chant one round of Omkara and feel that resonance throughout our physical body. Inhale. With the vibrations of Omkara chanting, your whole body and the mind are totally relaxing. Now slowly bring out your consciousness out of your body and visualize your body is lying down or just relaxing in the chair or completely collapsed on the ground. Now slowly start visualizing a vast, beautiful blue sky. A limitless blue sky. And slowly expand your awareness as vast as the blue sky. Slowly merge yourself into this wonderful blue sky. You are becoming the blue sky. You are the blue sky now. Enjoy that infinite bliss. Enjoy that vastness of yourselves. Enjoy that blissful state of silence and all-pervasive awareness. Enjoy this wonderful state of ourselves as long as possible. Now slowly start coming back to your body consciousness. Inhale deeply and feel your presence. Let's chant one more round of Omkara. Breathe in. With these beautiful vibrations, each and every cell of your physical body and your whole mind are in a totally relaxed state. This is the time to talk to yourself. Your subconscious mind is totally active. Make a simple positive statement and repeat it to yourself. That can be anything. Just say, I'm feeling calm. I'm feeling better. I'm becoming more and more healthy. That can be anything, any simple positive statement. As your subconscious mind is listening to you carefully, all your actions, all your thoughts will be towards this goal which you're mentioning in your simple statement. With this positive notion in our minds, gently move your toes and slowly start moving your fingers one by one, and bring your both feet together and slowly interlock your fingers and take your both arms up, pull up, and give a nice stretch to the whole physical body. Stretch, 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 and gently release it. If you're lying down, slowly roll onto your right and come up. If you're sitting on a chair, make yourself active slowly. Keep your spine straight and neck in line, and gently bring your palms in front of you and rub your palms against each other. Produce some heat and gently keep your palms around your eyes. Make a cup. Enjoy that warmness around your eyes with a beautiful smile with a few blinks. Gently open your eyes. Hari Om.
Very beautiful session, Madhavji. We're already getting some beautiful comments coming into the chat as well about how relaxed people are. You've done quite a bit of work with corporates as well, right? So you've been able to see certain movements, certain relationships that have been happening in terms of their physical health, in terms of their mental health. What are some of the things that people have actually said once they've undertaken a few workshops?
Being a corporate employee once upon a time, being electronics and communications and working in IT for some time, I know the amount of stress people take into their, though they wanted to not take into their personal life, unfortunately, they start carrying it in their personal life as well. Like I already mentioned, drawing a line between the work and the personal life is very important. Unfortunately, we were not able to do it. And with these practices, I have noticed a lot of people, they started appreciating what they are doing. And instead of working hard, And instead of not completely committing themselves, but working just for the sake of formality, people realized the importance of the work and they started doing it full-fledgedly with the wholeheartedness.
Right.
That has brought a tremendous levels of decline in their stress levels. I think with the regular practice of these things, one can certainly achieve what they're looking for. That's the beauty of yoga. Put a little effort and get maximum output out of it. I think these practices
Just in something as short as 20 minutes there, to just be able to completely relax and to be able to move through it so that we're in a state of pure emptiness almost, when we're actually just imagining that, I think you said calm blue lake, and just being totally there in that moment. It's just pure presence, pure happiness, pure divinity, to just literally letting go of all the stresses and the strains. And does it have to be a full body relaxation, or can it just be that we're relaxing the mind? So maybe it's just relaxing the face by itself.
So there are multiple techniques. This is one of a little longer technique, which takes about 25 to 30 minutes of time, right? But if someone is working in the corporate, I know they don't have enough time. There are practices called quick relaxation technique, where it takes hardly about a couple of minutes actually, where you'll be tightening each and every muscle of your physical body with the instructions to yourself. You tighten your whole body to the maximum and release it at one point of time. And like you mentioned, just letting go all those emotions, all those thoughts with that breath will actually help you feel better and instantly gives you the energy to handle yourself better. There is something called instant relaxation technique, which works only in a minute's time.
Right.
So we used to do all this as part of corporate yoga training. And I have seen their work really wonderful. Going forward, if I have an opportunity, definitely I'll be sharing all these techniques with you all.
Fantastic. So then would you say, almost as if it's like making a fist and holding on to a tight rope, and that's what people are doing, not just mentally and emotionally, but physically sometimes as well, when they don't even realize they're doing it. That's the thing. They haven't got the awareness where they can step into it and see what's actually happening. But because they've got that pressure and they've got that stress on their heads, it's also because Anamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, the mind is practically in the body itself. So it's the body that's starting to tense up. So even by doing something as simple as these activities, maybe it's just as simple as, like, instead of going for a coffee break, just sitting at the desk and just totally unwinding. Maybe it could even be as simple as something like a 2-minute break between two important tasks that they've got in the day, to just be able to relax and empty out their mind. Because I think so many times people miss the importance of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like you mentioned, just getting up from your work chair for every 1.5 hours, giving a nice stretch to the whole body and do a little twist and sitting back. That will help you to cover 50% of your stress.
Right.
So like you mentioned, just instead of having a good coffee and pushing the caffeine into your nervous system, give a gentle stretch to your whole body and have a little walk on your toes and your heels. That equally gives you the relaxation.
And does that equally reset the nervous system as well? Because I know caffeine, like the reason people are going to caffeine is because they've got that addiction, they've got those cravings. But when they're doing the yoga nidra, does that work on a similar sort of way?
30 minutes of yoga nidra, if you practice properly, without deviating yourself in between. I mean, there are high chances people fall into sleep. There's no doubt about it initially, right? But if you can consciously work on it and you can properly do 30 minutes of yoga nidra, it's equivalent to having a good sleep between 3 to 4 hours.
Amazing. So people that just aren't able to sleep during the night, don't recommend it, but people that aren't able to sleep during the night can actually just do a 30-minute yoga session, and it's the equivalent. So in other words, what we're literally doing is resetting everything. It's like all of those 5 sheets are being reset
Exactly.
in something as simple as 20-30 minutes.
Like other day, as we were talking about it, we don't understand the stress, what it is causing to ourselves, unless and until it is percolating into your physical body and it's showing up as a vyadhi, which is, again, adija vyadhi, which happens in your mind and percolates into your physical body and shows up in your physical body. Unless and until there is some disturbance to your daily routine, we don't worry actually till then.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So if we have to act on something that should actually disturb our day-to-day life, that is when we act, which is a very unfortunate situation. So we can actually cut it down before even it begins, just by doing these practices.
So something that I've actually noticed in my personal life, something that's actually helped me, is that when I'm actually starting off the day, I've got a certain amount of jelly beans. Imagine that as like bars of energy that I've got throughout the day. And when I just literally go from beginning to end and I'm not taking any breaks, I've literally got my head down and working, I find by the end of the day, I am so depleted. All I want to do is lie down and go to sleep. Whereas when I'm actually taking those breaks and I'm mentally moving myself, I'm emotionally working on what's happening, I'm physically getting up, and even just something as simple as stretching and just moving, or just taking 2 minutes to work out what's really going on inside, or perhaps even just emptying my mind, as you were saying, just totally. The reason that we're getting so stuck is because we've got so many thoughts, but actually it's the absence of having those thoughts. It's withdrawing the senses inwards, pratyahar, to be able to work out and to just be, makes such an important difference. Because then what I'm finding is I drop, and instead of staying there like the mid-afternoon slump, I'd be able to come back up again and drop and come back up and drop and come back up. So I don't feel completely depleted.
That's how it works. That's how it works. You stimulate yourself and relax yourself, stimulate yourself, relax yourself, the output will be maximum. Exactly. That's the right way to do it. Yeah.
Fantastic. And I think that's something that you also teach at Yokulam, is it?
Yes. So at Yokulam, we are we are in the process of producing more yoga teachers, especially in UK. Right. We had one successful batch last year, and we are again planning our next batch starting from the March. So yeah, if someone residing in UK and want to become or gain the knowledge in the field of yoga, you're all most welcome. We are more than happy to help you out.
Fantastic. And where can people find more details?
Right. I'll be sharing you the website details and everything with Riddhi ji. Whoever is interested, yeah, please contact her. She'll get all the information.
And if we just say it very slowly,
my number as well.
yog-gulam.org.
Yes, org. Yeah. Org. That's right.
Fantastic. So thank you so much, Madhuvji. I've had the absolute pleasure to actually speak to you today, and just to be able to find my balance, to find my equilibrium in the whole process as well. I think so many times we forget the importance of taking a few minutes to ourselves, because we're so busy in the external world, in the external environment, that we don't take that time. But by taking a few minutes, I think you've shown us today that our positivity goes up, our productivity goes up, we're able to perform better. And because our cups are filled, we also have more to give to other people as well.
Absolutely. And yeah.
That is the essence of Yokulam as well, is to be able to spread that love, that positivity, that humanity with everyone too.
True. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for everyone taking out your time on a weekend. I know how hard it is. And thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Madhuvji.
Namaste.
Dr. Amrita, welcome back. So how have you found the session so far?
Very good. It's very interesting. And I can see right from Miki Mehta to Himanshu ji, and then to Madhav Gopal ji, all of them in row with the GAF festival just coming in, and also so many exciting viewers I can see who are just ready to follow up with the yoga rhythm and vibrations. It's just very nice, and it's very like exciting to know. And yeah, because you know, why everybody is on with their cameras and a beautiful smile I can see on everybody's face is because it's about yoga. It's about meditation, but it actually is not about yoga and meditation. It's about yourself. You feel happy with yourself. You feel good and grounded with yourself. And whenever you will feel happy and grounded with yourself, the smile will automatically come to your face. And it's the same smile. I think for me, that is what is yoga and that is what is samadhi. Have you seen the newborn child? He's never taught how to smile, but still he knows how to smile. And that's the only gesture when we are born we come with. And that's why we all say we must smile at the end as well. And that's the beauty of being with yourself. This little smile is very appropriate at many moments. But then, when a child and a newborn baby who is never taught how to move the lips from one end to the another, yet makes everybody giggle, yes or no? And those giggles make everybody happy. And that's why that's the pure bliss and love of divine, which is coming all the way from the shining soul to the heart and the body, glistening the faces of individuals. And that's what is yoga. And that's why people feel so light. People feel so good. People feel attracted. Smile is one of the very big attraction. And my topic for today, apart from anchoring, and you all must have seen me every Sunday hosting the episode and talking so much, but today it's time for me to talk from my heart about nourishing the body and mind. And smile, I think, is the
Dr.
biggest
Mehta does that.
nourishment. Yes,
Before
Riddhi,
Dr.
please.
Mehta does that, let me just introduce Dr. Mehta. For those of you that may well be meeting her for the first time, she has done a tremendous job of hosting and anchoring at Healing Our Earth, of sharing her divine wisdom with us. And we've just seen there in the space of a minute or two, just how beautifully and how eloquently she is able to share her wisdom and her knowledge with us. By profession, she is an Ayurvedic physician, a lifestyle counselor, a mental well-being consultant, and a holistic healer and yoga physiologist. So, wow, so many beautiful skills in this little bundle of joy. She's done so much in terms of life sciences, yoga, sciences, and all of this has helped her to cultivate that space of well-being of people. And that wisdom is one that she's able to share with all of us, moving leaps and bounds on healing our earth. And it's just incredible to see the amount of Ayurvedic knowledge that she has and the way that she's able to bring out the passion in people to share the integrated health. She's been appearing on so many community service programs, radio talks, and shows. And it's absolutely lovely to have her share her knowledge with us today on yoga and meditation program, instilling that sense of positivity, calmness, and tranquility within each and every one of us. So, Amrita, welcome. I'd like to start by asking you how stress affects body posture and mind.
Yeah, so let's talk about the smile and then bring the stress in. I think stress basically is any kind of experience or an energy that might come from biotic or abiotic sources from any of the environment that you feel can harm you in any form. It comes as a stress. These days, stress is very contagious. Even if you go to a shopping place or you are running for a tube or sitting on a table and having a coffee, but the side table people are pretty stressed, it comes to you. So you catch up that stress from one form to another. And Therefore, this kind of an energy can be communicated verbally, non-verbally, even if I don't know anyone, but still somebody can give me a stress. And therefore, when I was talking about that natural smile and that natural blissful attitudes, important. Little one, really stressed, STRES is, what are you talking about? It's just too crazy to think about it. And I think that's what the stage of samadhi is, where you give away all these feelings which has come as a negativity. Have you ever asked the bird who's flying, are you really stressed today? She will never answer you. Or a dog, or the cat, your pets around. See how amazing love we feel from them. They're always smiling. And that's what the nature gives us. That natural, blissful smile that keeps the stress away. And whenever our body is happy, our mind is happy, it will always be depicted from your body language. And that defines your postures. All those people who are not aware about anatomy, because I've got a lot of experience of teaching people globally in the field of yoga, and I've trained so many students globally who have their yoga centers, are practicing, and are helping people to groom themselves in tough times of life. I'd also say that the body has that energy in every form, and every single cell has a very good memory, and that memory is stored with one of the very big elements, which is called as fascia. Fascia is a kind of a membrane which is connecting all your body, and that takes up that energy from every small bit of it's taking up the energy right now as well, and that energy is stored in every part of my body. All those who are listening to me right now are getting so many sensations in so many ways. You can hear me, you can see me. Apart from that, you can also feel me. And I can also feel the aura of every individual. That's what is the bliss of yoga. Yoga makes you feel, yoga makes you smile, and yoga basically makes you drive into the reality of life that I'm not what I am. I'm just a little child. And grooming that little child within me, whom I forgot many years back, because there were a lot of norms of society and a lot of challenges and a lot of accomplishments that I have to make before my name, as Riddhi mentioned, which does not really exist. So I'm only the little Amrita. And reminding myself every time with the beautiful name that my parents have given me, I think that gives the cheers to my life. And that's what is yoga. It adds to the credit in my life as well, because it gives me the real accomplishment of my entity and how blessed I am in this world to be a human being. And that's how we make all these places. Have you seen any individual or yourself whenever you are stressed or whenever you are in the bad times of your life? We always sit crunched together. In fears, we hold ourselves. And have you seen when anger comes, how we express the anger? The anger is never expressed in a dancing form, it's always expressed in this form, where your hand postures automatically make a mudra, which is called as anger mudra, and it's never mentioned in any yoga texts, which is by clenching your fist and you make a grumpy face. Oh my God, I'm going to take a revenge and this is going to be too much. This mudra is a very bad mudra. And if you watch your hands most of the time, our hands are always like this, see? And yoga helps you to open them. Your mindfulness helps you to open them. And when you open them, all the channels open. Have you ever noticed certain days when they are very sad or stressful, or you're pretty bored with the situations, you don't want to join for a job and you're being forced to, the day goes very heavy. Or some situations in your life when you are guilty of something which you haven't done, or you don't want it to repeat, and the day becomes so heavy that your body feels as if you're underwater. That's what is the energy. Same thing, you have accomplished something. You wanted something and you got it. You feel so happy. You have a wedding. You are going to a party. Despite of so many works the whole day, you are full of energy. And even after party, you feel so energetic. That's what is the magic of being happy. That's what is the aura of being happy. And when that happiness comes, it gives you a full energy vibrations that you don't keep to yourself, you spread it everywhere. When you're angry, you're sad, you're silent alone. When you're happy, you feel to dance and accompany people, and that happiness is spread everywhere. Nowadays, people have forgotten how to laugh actually, and that is why there are special laughter yoga classes. You have to pay for knowing how to smile. The same smile which a baby knows very well. So he's the master. Go to him, he'll teach you free. You don't have to spend a lot of money for that. Just have a positive thought. Think about the notorious things you have ever done in your life, and here the smile goes with the naughty eyes. And you'll feel the magic within you. That magic always is within you. We close it with a lot of things. We make our hands like this. We don't know how to open it. We really need to have a special yoga class where we need to pay so many dollars and pounds to know this. And the fantastic thing about yoga, which I mention every time, is what yoga teaches us. There are many postures that were shown. But do you know every posture has a name of an animal? There's a downward dog, there's an upward dog, there's a cat pose, there's a cobra pose, there's a snake pose, and there is a tree pose, but it's all about nature. It teaches you how to be with nature. It teaches you how to be one with nature. And that's what the magic of nourishing the body is. Whenever you are staying in a particular posture, have you ever imagined how many postures do we ever make in our life? If we are not doing yoga, we are living our complete life in at least minimum 5 to 10 postures where we stand, we sit, we walk, we jump, we climb, and our funny sleeping postures. And that's what the change yoga brings. Yoga says, okay, let's be the cat now. Let's be the cow now. Let's be a little snake. Let's make a twist of the silly dogs on the street with the downward dog as they stretch. And let them stretch, and we will also learn from them. And here goes the upward dog again. But you see, so many books, researches have been done on these silly postures of animals, which is so much of fun for us human beings to realize our entity and for us to realize who we are and where is our existence in this life. And that makes yoga so beautiful. And from that journey of downward dogs to upward dogs to cat, cow, camel, eagle, makes you fly in the fantasy of your thoughts. The fantasy that takes you to the ground of virtual reality. I would add a word virtual reality because this is a very techie word of today. The reality which is beyond me, but I want it to be there. And that's why that combination of my body postures makes the whole change. And then that makes me happy because it's something different. Anytime you make something different or you do something different in your life, it will always make you happy. Or if I ask you, when was your first date? Or if I ask you, when was your first job? Or if I ask you, when was the first time somebody proposed to you, you'll be so happy about it because it was the first ever thing. Have you seen a little child when he learns to walk, when he learns to cook, when he learns to go to the school for the first time? It's the most exciting time. You must also be recalling about your first day to school. It's the most exciting thought ever, with a little fear, with a little excitement. And then you see, oh my God, firstly, I was little one alone, and now there's so many like me. And then I find a space.
That is absolutely fantastic, Amrita.
Everywhere.
To the way that you bring yoga together and make us all smile and make us all be a part of it. And something that you actually mentioned was the word stressed. And did you know that the word stressed, spelled backwards, is desserts? And a lot of people tend to go and eat with their eyes, especially when they're stressed. They'll fall into a form of cravings almost, and those cravings make them happy. Now, with global Ayurvedic festival that's coming up around the corner, that we've just had a very small glimpse of today, and it practically brings together the essence of Ayurveda as being the sister science of yoga, of being a way that we can help cultivate those essences within ourselves through almost like the food that we're having, the lifestyle that we're living, as you're mentioning, that brings us into a state of positivity, a state of happiness, a state of tranquility. What are some of the foods that you might suggest that somebody can eat that would help them to form that state of happiness? So somebody that is kind of feeling in a state of anxiety or a state of depression, where perhaps they're feeling those lower forms of vibration. So anger, for example, you mentioned the closed fist of punching somebody, perhaps, I don't know, that things like that. What kind of foods can people in those states eat?
Food is a very personal choice. It's as personal as your heart, actually. That's why on a dining table, even if there are 5 people, they will have a different tastes and different tastes of what you want to eat and how you want to eat, actually. And at the time of anxiety and stress, or at the time of depression, so basically anxiety and depression are two very different emotional temperaments. Anxiety is always linked with something that's making you really hyper in many ways. You can't wait for the things, or something that has to happen, and your futuristic vision wants to look into it very quickly, but you aren't able to because time has its own pace. And therefore, in that situation, your digestive fire is always low because your mind is completely full of energy and hustle bustle of confusion of thoughts, what's going to happen next. Whereas in the state of depression, you feel completely lonely. You're in a state where your hormones and your body wants to respond always in a very negative way, where you find yourself in solitude, where you find yourself to be very low energy. And in the same situation, again, you don't feel hungry. A lot of people have stress-related bulimias. They just throw up after eating because their digestive fire is very low. So in both these conditions, it's very important to have the diet, which is very controlled. A lot of people come to us to know about how these kind of situations can be tackled with diet. And many times these kind of situations can lead to eating disorders, which might lead to obesity or diabetes or any other psychosomatic issue. And therefore, in those both situations, it's very important to add spice to your life. Spice in the form of food, spice in the form of your thoughts, And having a light diet, keeping yourself hydrated is also very important at this time. Being mindful. Mindfulness is very important because if you're mindful, you'll be able to live into the present, whereas a person who is in depression is in the past, whereas a person who is anxious is in the future. So both of these situations of the mind are taking you in the time zones which does not exist. It's very important to stay in the time zone where you exist, and therefore eating things which you might not like, but they might be very beneficial for you, are very important. And when I talk about making your life spicy, I'd like to add there are certain general herbs that can be taken in the form of rosemary or thyme or parsley or coriander or cumin seeds or ginger that might help you with your situations of mind and temperaments. Today itself, I was reading a research article that talks about a lot of research on cinnamon and cancer genes for an autoimmune structure. And also I was talking about, they were talking about ginger, the role of ginger. So all these little stuff of things that comes into your diet can be very beneficial. You can take them in the form of tea, you can take them in the form of decoctions, you can add it to your salads and add it to your food articles and even chew some of them, but they will make you quite calm and also would be helpful in adding up for your digestion.
Fantastic. I was also reading a study earlier that said that depression is when there's less gray matter within the mind. So eating things like omegas, getting those healthy fatty acids can also help to cultivate a state of stability for the mind. I think that that's really important. And anxiety, as you mentioned, is a state when people are overrunning, their thoughts are running on multitude levels, and they're not quite sure how to calm down their nerves. So perhaps some calming, relaxing foods that can bring them back into a state of stability. I think especially in those states, people tend to be going for like the sugary foods to give them that quick high, or the salty foods when they're up on their feet all day. So to be able to have a balance, an equilibrium within their diets is so important as well. And as you mentioned as well, just having the right levels of spice, be that in the form of herbs or be that in the form of the food that we use to cook with. So for example, turmerics and gingers that we use when we're actually preparing a meal. So having the right combination of things, and of course that's going to depend on their Ayurvedic states, it's going to depend on their body types, it's going to depend on the gunas, but practically being able to do a couple of things that set them back onto the right stage. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, exactly. Every taste has a very big connection with your emotions. The moment you taste your food, the taste receptors connect your brain and they give you the signal whether you feel good or bad. But certain tastes, like sweet taste specifically, is very much linked with release of dopamine and endorphin kind of hormones, which calm your mind. And a lot of people don't realize that if they are addicted to the sugars, they can have a lot of release of these hormones, but that can come up as an addiction or that can raise up their sugar levels very high. Whereas the kind of foods I've mentioned are basically astringent and bitter, and these kind of tastes will definitely give you a different perception of releasing hormones from your body, which will be helping you to combat these kind of situations. And over and above, when you talk about nourishing your mind, it's very important to nourish your mind with, as I talked about, happiness, but with compassion and love. Building up self loving techniques is a need of an hour. As we are very close to our mobiles, we are away from ourselves a lot. And therefore, we really need to ask ourselves those questions of how much do we love ourselves? And that self love will make a beautiful note to yourself or talking to yourself and spending time with yourself. And that's what is yoga and meditation. when you're mindful and meditating or taking up a break from your job for a while, you are basically giving a space to your own self. And that building up space within yourself will automatically make you connected with yourself. And that's what the child also wanted. The child is having that connection because he's not having any outer connection. He has nothing to do with the jobs or stress or running for money or for fame or for education. He just loves the way he is. And that's
Absolutely.
why I think your inner child is very important, I think.
And I'm glad that you mentioned that. I also find that it's the form of self-trust and self-belief. I think that's something that can be cultivated through the sciences of yoga, of meditation, of Ayurveda, is when we actually learn to just pay attention to what's really going on. When we're doing yoga, for example, we're learning how to be aware, to form that awareness of the body. When we're having Ayurveda, we're learning, well, what are the foods that work for me? What can I eat? And what are the foods that might cause some upset, for example, or some digestive issues? And those are probably the foods to avoid. So we're gaining those balances continuously. It's something I call proprioception and reception. And what that practically is finding the balance of equilibrium to have the harmonious, healthy, happy relationship with self. So as you quite rightly mentioned, it all begins with self. And when we give ourselves that space, when we give ourselves those times, we start to get results in our lives, which we were looking for subconsciously, but we didn't think that was possible until later. And we managed to manifest it a lot easier and a lot earlier because we're paying attention to the things that really matter within us, the body, the mind, the emotions, and the spirituality. And it's beautiful to see how yoga and Ayurveda form that healthy relationship, that because Ayurveda basically teaches us that we don't always have to go for those desserts. We don't always have to go towards those cravings, but we've got to find the foods that work for our bodies and for our minds. And that would differ depending on what temperament we're in, what emotions we're feeling, how we are one day, the ups and the downs. And to be able to balance that with yoga, to be able to balance that with giving ourselves some space, so mentally giving ourselves some space, but also giving ourselves some space on the yoga mats as well. Because when we do that, not only do we create the space for ourselves on the mats, we also create that space for ourselves in our day-to-day lives. So our actions as a whole start to show up differently for ourselves. And then we have more to give because we're creating that space. And that space is what's enabling us to form the energies that keep us going throughout the day. So we've ended up being a lot more fulfilled and happier with ourselves, where we've got a lot more to give to other people, and we're using our energy in the right way, in a way that fulfills us, in a way that makes us happy. And at the end of the day, it makes us fulfilled too.
Right, Riddhi. I agree with you. If anybody has any questions, you can ask me. I'll be really happy to answer any of the questions apart from that. And yeah, it's a way of life. It's about knowing yourself. Yes, I can see you for such a long time.
Hi.
Namaste.
Global namaste. How are you on this lovely wintry? You've hit the right subjects at the right season, where we're going into winter. It's darker, it's colder, and it's the cost of living crisis. So there's more depression, additional. Can I ask you? I mean, the alternatives you gave and about ginger and all the lovely herbs is brilliant. It works, but I'm focusing on elderly people at the moment because they're going through isolation and they really can't get out and about. You mentioned eating foods with taste and anything that brings a tasty note on your tongue. They tend to become socially very depressed when they get older due to either grief, loss, disability, or loss of memory, so many things. We need to tackle this and address this. How could we help our aging population with all this wonderful attributes and introduce them to this? Because change is very hard when you get older.
Yeah, changes are very hard when you get older. I agree. But these changes can be brought on a very little basis. You cannot drastically change a lot of things, the eating habits, because they're pretty personal in your life. In fact, I'd add on that, Mala, even the cutlery and the crockery is also very personal, and the cups are also very personal on which you drink the tea. And if you check your kitchen right now or grabbing up a cup while I'm talking to you, you must be noticing it's the same cup, more or less, you always grab and you love to take it in. So habits die hard in that way, but that doesn't mean you can't adapt those changes. It's not about completely changing. It's about just adapting that, yes, today's time, maybe I do more. The more innovative and creative you will be in life, whether you are in any season or any stage of life, it will always bring happiness to you. It will always take away the depressive times. And as it's the winter, and that is why if you see in the winter times, we have Christmas as one of the very big festivals, and lighting up things around and sharing the gestures of partying and meeting people is one of the ways of combating depression. It's one of those ways where you meet your family and family friends and you cook together and you eat. So ingraining these kind of spices, and New Year is also coming. It's already December, so people have a lot of resolutions. So making something as a new resolution in your life of any stage of life will also make you live a better life, because you are adding up something new. You're enthusiastic about it. Have you looked at the children when they start the new school? They always are worried about their pencils and the pens and the notebooks and the new things. That's the creativity which is required. So change your cups and cutleries and change up a little bit of your kitchen might add up a bliss of smile on your face and make you much more happier and healthier, and maybe adding up many years to your life.
Wow, great advice, so Dr. Amrita. That's absolutely amazing. And Mala and Amrita hang around. We're actually just going to move on to Kamal Palanji. And it's actually amazing that you've mentioned the question, Malaji, about not being so active, perhaps being a little bit more elderly, because what we're going to go on to learn now is mudras, and mudras work on pressure plates. So without further ado, let me introduce Kamaji. So Kamaji has been teaching yoga in an authentic way and also specializes in breathing, asanas, chakras, and mudras. Mudras are done with the fingertips of both hands and brings amazing results in the very acute diseases and small ailments. Small mudras can bring results within minutes, and some take even a little bit longer. They are good for participants who are not very flexible or mobile due to their illnesses or inflexibility, or because they had an operation or surgery. Mudras can be done at any time. Some, of course, have special times, but generally they can be done as and when. And if you don't have the ability to move around so much, no problem, because you don't even have to wait for 3 hours after meals. Mudras can be done anytime, anywhere, just in the presence of being. So global namaste, Kamoji. It's an absolute pleasure to have you joining us on Healing Our Earth today. And speaking about mudras, it's actually one of my favorite topics, especially because it can be done absolutely anywhere. And sometimes people don't even have to know that we're doing mudras. It could be something as simple as doing mudras and just closing our eyes and just being absolutely still. So tell me a little bit more, Kamuji, about mudras and the benefits of mudras.
Okay, thank you very much, Riddhi, for the introduction. And yes, globally, everybody, namaste to you all. And I'm glad that you have all joined in today. You have to excuse my voice. It's not my cold or cough. I've just lost the voice yesterday. So I'm trying my best to go a little bit slow, but try not to speak too much at the same time. But yes, you are absolutely right, Riddhi, that we have an amazing result with the fingers. Just your hands you need and your body. Mudras, like Riddhi said, it can be done at any time, anywhere. You don't have to worry before, after meals, none of that business as but you need in yoga asanas. Yoga asanas are also very obviously very beneficial. So is mudras, they will be effective as much as possible. So here we go. I'm going to start very slowly. First mudra, so that you can remember the rest of them. I just heard the previous speaker about dementia and Alzheimer's, that, as you age, you tend to lose your memory. That's because after a certain time, you either stop working or this and that and what have you, and all of a sudden the brain is not working as much as it should. It's not as active because maybe your health does not allow you, your body does not allow you, or any other reason it can be. You could be very lonely, but there is one beautiful mudra that is called Hakini mudra. Hakini mudra is done with both hands. The fingertips are touched with each other, index to index, and the rest of the fingers as per your hands. And it's placed around your chest area like this. Just on the chest, the thumbs are feather touching. Don't press it too hard on the chest here, so you can't breathe. So obviously it's just feather touching those fingertips like this, as if you're holding a ball. And you just breathe in, breathe out. Again, it doesn't need to be in a secluded place or anything like that. You could be watching your box. You could be driving with a passenger. Your partner or a companion is driving. You are sitting on your seat. All you do is you sit like that. You can be talking. You can be doing anything. You will be amazed how much you can remember. Have you noticed a lot of people who go on talks or when they're dealing with business deals or anything like that, they're most of them sitting like this? That's because they start remembering what they want to say. So this is called the Hakini mudra. You can do it any time. It does not matter. And you can also close your eyes if you just want to relax, breathing in, breathing out, and you will automatically realize that all your brain cells are being rejuvenated. So that is how this Hakini mudra works. And if you press it a little bit harder, obviously it becomes a sinus problem, a sinus mudra. So when you're having a runny nose, runny eyes, ear aches, and this and that, cold and coughs, this is what you want to do. And you just press it as hard as you can. It automatically becomes a sinus mudra. Otherwise, it is a Hakini mudra. You can breathe in, breathe out, try it and see what's happening. All of a sudden, you'll start remembering. Sometimes we go in the kitchen, leave our keys anywhere in the house, and you say, oh, gee, where are my keys? I left it here. Looking around, try to do Hakini mudra and start looking. It will come back to you within seconds where your keys are. So this is for your Alzheimer's, dementia. You don't have that, don't worry at all. In the later age, you want to avoid Alzheimer's and dementia. All you have to do is start doing this on a regular basis. Again, if you are doing every single day, you do 5 minutes, not necessary to do it longer either. This Hakini mudra is amazing, rejuvenating your brain cells. Okay, and also
they also mentioned that the fingertips are where the pressure points are for life force energy as well.
Yes.
Can you expand on that?
Sure. Fingertips have got the energy, and the pressure points are all over your body. It's not just on your fingertips. It can be here. You can press here, and you're amazed where the effect is in the body. So pressure points are all over your body, not an issue at all. But the limbs and the nerve endings that are on your fingertips, on your toes, and on your wrist area, there are lots of nerve endings that will also start sending the messages to the brain cells, to the brain. And that is why we use these fingers for mudras. Because we got 5 elements in the mudras. You got fire, air, space, earth, and water. This is how your body is made up of. So all different mudras doing it does different things in your body. Like when you do your asanas, people say, oh, you do Mandakanasana, your diabetes will go a bit lower. Perfectly quite right too. And with the mudras as well, you can have that effect with any elements that you have, and mudras will work amazing. like one mudra for incontinence, for example. A lot of people are continuously going to the washroom for a week. During the day, maybe they just have this habit at nights, and you know how it is affecting the people. When they wake up, they don't sleep well at nights because they have to keep on running every 2 hours to the washroom. So what I would like people to do for that incontinence problem, even during the daytime, people run to the washroom every 2 hours or so, and some people use the pads and what have you. It happens to women, men, everybody. The best mudra for that is the little fingers are clasped like this, interlocking, and you turn your hands down, and the thumb is touching your ring finger. Why is the thumb touching the ring finger? Do you know there is this beautiful nadi from the ring finger to your heart? And that's why we put the ring finger, the ring into the ring finger, and that's how the souls are connected. So you want to connect to your own heart, own soul, to understand yourself much better. So you touched your thumb when you're interlocking that little fingers, you turn it round, you make a fist of all the fingers. Thumb, the tip of the thumb is touching the knuckle of your ring finger, and you just stay here nicely and you push and pull. And this will stop the incontinence problem. This is an amazing mudra. I tell you, I have had so many people, men and women, telling me, Kamu, within a day, I found the difference. They have not woken up at night. They do this before they go to sleep. You just put it all on in front of your chest, making sure you're not touching your chest at all. And you are just pushing and pulling that little finger, making the thumb is touching your ring finger. And you just do it for half a minute, 1 minute before you go to sleep. And you will see that if in case you need to go, maybe the first day you go only once instead of 4 times, 3 times. And then gradually it will just reduce. And the other thing I find is that what women tell me is, Kamu, you know, sometimes when I eat sweets or certain foods, I was just listening to the other speaker, that you get diabetes and you get this infection every now and then in your urine. And instead of getting antibiotics and wasting National Health Services, you know, wasting their money, wasting pharmacy, doctors' time, they are needed more with other ailments that are more serious. So what I said to them was to do, you clasp your fingers like this, and then you just rub it like this. Look. This will solve all your kidney, liver infection. Can you believe it? And you don't need to take any antibiotics at all. And this will help you greatly. Again, if you have this, you can do it as many times as you can. If you have an infection in the urine, and then the urinary tract sometimes, and it doesn't, antibiotics takes about 2-3 days, and then it will come back again. With this mudra that you rub your hands like this, it not only cleans your urinary tract, but it will solve your infection at the same time within a day. And there is no side effects. With antibiotics, you know what's happening, everybody. I don't know, I've never taken medication in my life, so I don't know what it's like. But I hear that when you take antibiotics, doctor, oh, you take this, and now you also need another tablet in case if you don't have gas and acidity. So they give you another tablet for that, because a lot of people have reactions with the antibiotics. So you have your body 24/7 with you. Use your body, use your fingers, use your whatever, you know, and you can do it at any time. This is the whole beauty about mudras.
So I think that's beautiful, because a lot of people that have incontinence issues, or they have urinary infections and things that are coming up, they might be trying to limit the amount of water that they're actually drinking to prevent themselves from having to empty the bowels as often.
Yes, very true. And that's why a lot of people avoid water. And then what happens is they get dried. And then doctors keep on telling you, keep on drinking water. And then when you do over water, there is obviously what happens. There is a retention of water in the body sometimes. People have swollen legs, swollen hands, swollen face. Again, you don't need those tablets, they give you water tablets, they are called, I think, by the doctors.
Right,
and what they do is you take that and then you say, okay, fine, I have to keep on rushing to that. You can't go out, social life is disturbed, and it's sometimes amazing and embarrassing when it's leaking. So all those problems, one mudra, Varuna mudra. Your little finger is your water finger. Remember in good old days at school, when you're a little child, you want to go for a wee? We do this. So the teachers would know straight away that you want to go to the washroom.
Yeah.
So this is your finger to remember for excess water in the body. And you want to avoid the swelling in the body, in the legs, in your hands, everywhere. All you do is a Varuna mudra. Little finger going down, 3 fingers together. And you press the thumb to the Varuna, to the little finger. And you just breathe in, breathe out. Again, can be done at any time, anywhere. You could be walking and doing this. And it's amazing how much your kidneys and liver are affected. With Varuna mudra, it will clear all the garbage out. And not just working on water, it has got other more benefits with Varuna mudra as well. You start becoming slimmer.
Right.
And amazing these mudras are. And other people say about cholesterol. Again, so many people take tablets for cholesterol. You're on a borderline, too much cholesterol. Oh, I must avoid eating this, that, and whatever. You have a simple life. Why don't you want to enjoy it? So instead of having cholesterol, what you do is a mudra. And how does the mudra work on the cholesterol? Ring finger. You go, bring it down and put your thumb on the top. And this will reduce your cholesterol. Not only just one, it has got multiple benefits. This will also reduce weight, speed up the digestion in the body. Again, you don't have to sit into a Vajrasana. People say, oh, after eating only one asana is
Vajrasana, yeah.
Which is Vajrasana. And a lot of people are not able to sit because of issues or operation, these, that,
of course,
replacement. So they can't do that. So instead of that, there is a mudra for it. So ring finger going down, palms facing the sky. It can be anywhere. You can be walking and doing this, walking in the park, and you're into your mudras. Perfect. It's still
amazing. Literally do it anywhere. So, bit of personal question. And mudras, as far as I know, help to alleviate symptoms, right? So they help to lower things. So lowering blood pressures, lowering ailments that are happening. What if somebody needs to heighten their blood pressure? Can mudras help with heightening?
Yes, it can. Yes, different mudras do with that. If you want to do that, all you have to do is just Kapalbhati.
Okay.
I don't know if you know what Kapalbhati is. Kapalbhati is just breathing out through the stomach. And all these little ailments will resolve automatically. It's amazing. Headaches and migraines, people have so much of this that they don't know what to do. They've tried all the medication, all the homemade medication. Granny says this, Nanny says this, Dada says this, doctor says this, American doctor says this, Indian doctor, Ayurveda does. How much can you carry on and on and on? And with that migraine and headache, or any toothache, for example, middle of the night, oh, you can't visit the hospitals anymore because, of the corona, this, that, and whatever. All you have to do is just put a pressure point here, just between your web here, where the web is of your thumb and the index finger. You just press it there as hard as you can, where the hollow place is, not on the bone, on the hollow place. And you will find that your toothache is gone, your migraine is gradually gone, and your headache is going. You can do both hands, 5 minutes left hand, 5 minutes on the right hand. Simple pressure points and mudras are a beautiful invention of India, of Bharat. It is so beautiful that we can't, it's a shame that we don't do this so often. And yoga, people think, oh, yoga, brilliant. Oh, no, I don't want to do yoga because I had a surgery, operation. I can't bend my knees, I can't, my legs, da. But they spend so much money on other things. All you have to do is, this is free medicine. Your hands are with you 24/7. It does not matter. You can be sleeping and doing it. You can be sitting on the floor, on the chair, on the bed, on the settee, watching the box, talking to your friends on the phone. Put it on the loudspeaker. Do your mudras. It's amazing. And the other mudra about breathing, a lot of people say, oh, you know what, after now it's the age. Why do you blame the age? Age has got nothing to do with health. It is all to do with your mind, body, you know.
Sure.
And for breathing, the beautiful mudra for breathing is the apana mudra. The two middle fingers and the thumb touching, feather touching, and the two little fingers like a deer, palms facing the sky. And you can do this again anytime, before, after meals, it does not matter. And if you think that, oh, you've got so much things to do, the chores in the house, and you know what, I'm very tired, I think I'll have a sit, I'll sit about an hour and then I'll start. And then obviously, instead of that, all you do is you do this for 2-3 minutes and then you start the chores in the house. Believe you me, you will not get tired. Your breathing has gone, your prana is beautifully running, your body is nicely energized, and you'll be able to do all the chores in the house. And people also complain about when they do the staircases, and they say, oh, you know, I can't do the full staircase because I get tired halfway through, I get out of breath. Have you heard that expression?
I have, yeah.
People say that, don't they? Oh, yeah, I can walk, but you know what? 10 minutes later, I need a bench. I need to
breathless.
Chill out a little bit, and then I can walk again for another 10. No. All you do is you do this prana, apana mudra, palms facing the sky for a few minutes, and then you are all ready to go. When you are doing the staircase, you do this and go the staircase. You won't need to hold the railing. You won't.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you won't need to stop halfway through the staircase and say, oh, you will not get out of breath. This is how mudras are working, and I don't understand why people are worried about these little things. That I'm going to the gym, I do my yoga in the gym, but you're only doing the flexibility side of it. You're not
very true.
within. You need something to cure you from within or through. And these mudras, guys, are working all through within.
And isn't it just amazing how even the palms of the hands and the soles of the feet relate to different organs, relate to different things. So actually, by pressing down on some of those points, we're already starting to activate those organs. We're already starting to stimulate it a little bit. And it has amazing effects, like you're mentioning.
Absolutely. What they say is, what in yogic words we say is, hands, health is in your hands. You know why they say that? Because all the organs are here. Everything is in your hands and in your feet. You press anywhere and something will happen in your body. If you know the right points, beautiful. If you don't worry. Just keep on pressing everywhere like this. Your fingers doing this, that. It will do the job beautifully.
Something that I'd actually heard quite recently was women that were struggling on their menstruals, and they were getting menstrual cramps, menstrual problems. There was actually a point on the ankle that if they just rotated that point on the ankle, it would start to alleviate some of those symptoms.
That is true. That is very true. A very bad aches and pains through the menopause and this and that. They just have to do a pressure point, you know, where in the ankle, where your little bone is. And you just press it underneath. Find those hollow place. You press that with a pressure point stick or your thumb. Believe you me, it works wonders to your body. And if you have got gas and acidity problems in the body, again, people run to the doctors. Oh, if I eat this at this time, if I eat rice at the night or potatoes at the night, I get gas and all this and da. No. Because the gas is being produced in the body, what you do is you just press your little center point in your calves with your thumbs. You just start from here and see where it's hurting you. It will hurt you certain places. That means there's a gas stuck in that part of your body. Now you need to know, it doesn't matter. You just keep on pressing, going up all the way through like this, just like this, and you will see that gas will get released in the body. But again, if you're not able to, you haven't got strength, you are old, and you can't press it properly, you can't bend because you got back issue, this and that. All you have to do is, this is your gas finger, Vayu. So you do a Vayu mudra, index finger, you put the thumb on the top, you press as hard as you can, palms facing the sky. And the gas will be released. Any gas that is stuck in the body, gases can be stuck anywhere in the body. And because of the sticking of the gas everywhere in the body, it could be here, there, anywhere, that means you get aches and pains in your body. Aches and pains are nothing to do with, oh, because I have this issue and that issue and da. No. It's the gas most of the times that gives you these ailments, the pains and aches in the body. And again, you don't have to get into your medic cupboards to get the medics all the time. Paracetamol, Panadol, God knows what else people take, you know. But all you have to do is Mukula Mudra. Do you know what Mukula Mudra is? Fingers together like this. Yes. And you have aches and pains in your headache, you've got migraine. All you do is you just put your hands like this, Mukula Mudra. And you go on your head. If you've got chest pains, you put Mukula Mudra there. And you just breathe in and out again. It doesn't need to be anytime. Anytime, it can be the middle of the night, you get aches and pains in your heart. You just put your Mukula Mudra, both hands there. You get a stomach ache, you put Mukula Mudra on your stomach. And guess what? This is your painkiller, Mukula Mudra. You don't need medication. And it's not just a painkiller. It is also detoxifying the toxins in the body. You do Mukula Mudra 5 minutes before you eat. Anything, breakfast, lunch, dinner, or breaks into between, whatever you want to eat. If you do Mukula Mudra just for 5 minutes before you eat anything, you will not collect toxins. You will not be spending money to go to your spa and what is it called? Health farms to detox your body. Detox yourself by doing Mukula Mudra every day. Auto detoxification of the body.
So some people even say that with sciatica problems, it can actually go into the knees. And that's when, especially in elderly people, they need like knee operations to be able to release some of that tension that's happening in the legs. Is there like a specific mudra that they could use? Is it more to do with the detoxification?
Yes, for the knees, again, the best mudra is the Vayu Mudra.
Vayu Mudra.
Vayu Mudra, and there is a beautiful exercise that one can do if they want to. Believe you me, this knee problem will go away when you start doing this pressing at the back of the whole of your middle side of your calf muscle. Just pressing it with the thumbs, both legs, 2 minutes each. And you will start walking nice and straight instead of walking this way and that way. But Vayu Mudra can help you with the knee problems as well. And there are pressure points whereby you just press where there's a hollow place here on both sides. And you can't press it with the fingers, not to worry. You use the pressure point sticks like this. And you just press it on the side like this. You're sitting, doesn't matter watching box again. This is the beauty about mudras and pressure points. And again, a lot of people obviously can't have all this access. All they use is the wall. Right. And when you use the wall, you just go slide yourself down and you just strengthen the upper muscles and the bottom ones with 2 different exercises. But a lot of people are not able to do that either. But with the help of something like, for example, here on the wall, what you do is when you're here, you can be holding into something, legs are a little bit forward, and you just lift your toes up. That's all. Put your hands here, whole body touching the wall, and just lifting those toes up. Heels are grounded, and you breathe out. You hold your breath, kumbhak breathing. And when you can't hold no more, you just put your feet down. Now, this is only not for the knees. It also works on your brain cells because your brain cells are more activated, rejuvenated when the heels are grounded. When you press those heels, this is where your brain cells are all activated and less chances of dementia, Alzheimer's. So, mudras or these little kriyas, what we call, when you start doing them, it's not just one benefit. It's not just buy one, get one free. It has got multiple benefits. So this is how it is.
You know what, Kamuji, this is such an important session because especially I've seen it in my own family. When people start to get older and they start to get elderly, they start to perhaps lose hope because they can't move around so much because they didn't have the lifestyle that they used to have. And by just doing things like you've actually been able to demonstrate now with like mudras and pressure points, it starts to give people hope. And that is the most important thing, is that sense of rejuvenation, is that sense of being able to think outside and see a bigger picture. And I think that is something that you've just just demonstrated so well in the little time that we've actually had together today. So I am so grateful for everything that you've shown us today and everything that you've taught us. Hopefully we can have you back again soon on Healing Our Earth. But thank you so much once again from all of us at Healing Our Earth.
Thank you so much, Riddhi. Thank you. And please, yes, if anybody has any issues, I run the classes every day, Monday to Friday. They can always contact you guys and give my number, no problem. Thank you, globally. Thank you for having me, Healing Our Earth.
Wow, Sharon, Global Namaste. How are you?
Global Namaste. Well, it's cold out.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's cold in Scotland where Sam G is as well today. I think it's -10 degrees, if I'm correct, Sam?
Yes, it's quite cold. It's snowing outside as well.
Can imagine, yes.
But in Scotland, our heart is warm. That's the best thing we have.
Oh, that is their best cure, really, isn't it? When we're in a place of love, when we're in a place of gratitude, everything begins to change.
That's right, yes.
And so, Sharon, it's fantastic that you're here today as well. I'm pretty sure you're used to all like these cold climates and being able to change pretty swiftly between each one as well. Sam's actually got a very important session that he is going to be sharing with us today.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
And
I wanted to say about the mudras, that was really fascinating. And in Qigong, there is one, since we're on mudras, where you go like when your emotions or somebody's yelling at you, you know, when your emotions are going crazy and somebody's projecting negative energy at you, you put your hands in this mudra and you just kind of squeeze them by your sides, and it kind of pumps up your energy field and gives you kind of an energetic barrier so that energy coming at you won't affect you so much.
And isn't it just so important to learn how to be able to protect our energy as well, especially when we're doing healing work, the kind of work that you do, Sharon, where you're teaching people as well to be able to protect your own energy before you're transmitting energy outwards, before you're helping your students and your clients to be able to heal, is being able to protect and to be able to enhance then the environment around you as well.
You can add something there. What Rose Sandra was doing was called Adi Mudra. When baby is born, it borns with Adi Mudra fist. When he opens the fist and does the breathing in, the prana enters the body and the child becomes alive. So breath is the main vehicle for prana to enter the body. When you do the Adi Mudra, upper part of lung opens, and so baby breathes in, and that's when he starts crying. That means baby is alive. So this is Adi Mudra. That's why this is very important mudra in yoga to promote health, to increase immunity and everything else. I thought I'd just add that one to that.
That's fascinating. That's really interesting.
Fantastic. And
I wanted
before we go on, I'm just going to do a very quick introduction for Sanji as well, because I know that many of our viewers that are watching on social media or that are watching partner channels may well be meeting Sam for the first time today. So I'm just going to introduce him. Sam Hodder is a UK-based yoga teacher and international yoga teachers coordination for Patanjali Yogapith UK Trust, which is where I've learned as well. And he has been trained by Swami Ramdevji, and he has been training yoga teachers internationally since 2008. He has over 3,000 yoga teachers that have been trained in the UK. He shows great passion for yoga and an ardent believer of prevention is better than cure. Totally agree. Yoga is a way of life. Sam and his wife have donated a Scottish island, Little Combray, to help create a yoga heaven and to promote a healthy living. And that is so important in this day and age, is to be able to find that safe haven where we can create an energy field around us, and to be able to just harness the energy within that as well. And Sharon, I know that you've done quite a bit of work on energy fields and being able to open them up and to be able to attract the abundance in and to be able to move away from the negativity. So I really do appreciate when people can show us safe havens like this, safe communities to be able to bring people together as one family and to be able to create that safe space to be able to heal and to be able to do their yoga asanas. And I think that's an amazing seva that Samji does, especially when he's able to train his students up from this place onwards.
Definitely. Yes. And we're talking about energy fields and healing and healers. Well, I think the most important when you're starting to work with someone is to really ground yourself.
Yes.
I had many years of studying yoga, and then I've been working on this program about Qigong and Taoist practice from China. And we're on a show with meditation. There is in the Qigong, it's standing meditation, where you're standing, your hands are out in front of you here, and you're standing, and you just stand and let and breathe. Of course, we need the prana, the chi, and you allow the chi to pervade your whole body into every cell as you breathe, and you just stand. And you really, really feel as though you have roots going down to the center of the earth. Right. And then you let the chi, the prana, you can let it come from the center of the earth. You visualize that, and it comes into this point actually on your foot. I'll bring my foot up here. This point, like, let's see if I can get my foot up. Okay. Right here. That's called the bubbling spring. And you feel that energy coming up through the bubbling spring, all the way through you, and then into what's called the lagong points that are right here on your hands, right? And that's where you project. You also feel it coming into what's called the bahui, up a point on top of your head. So you have the energy coming from the sky and from the earth, and then into your body. And then when you're healing, you let it project out through your hands.
Wow. I can just feel that transmission happening even through Zoom. It's just absolutely incredible. And especially because we can try that in any kind of weather conditions as well, can't we? Be that summer or winter, the technique is pretty much the same. So it's once we've got the strategy that we're able to really apply it. And speaking about strategies, Samji, I know you've actually got a very important session for us today where you're teaching us how to look after ourselves. How do we grow that sense of immunity in the winter season? And I think especially in the winter season, most people are more susceptible to getting things like colds or flus and feeling the winter blues, as so to speak. So without further ado, I'd like to give you the forum to be able to have your session and to be able to share some tips, strategies, solutions with us on how to beat the winter blues.
Thank you. Winter is upon us. As the temperature starts to drop, we have more virus in the environment. The body is not as effective in fighting the virus when the cool air enters the nose in upper airways. So such viruses, common cold, flu, even COVID-19 often spreads more easily, rapidly in the winter. It can increase the likelihood of you going sick. So you have more chance of getting exposed. I'm 70 years old. So in my yoga class, I try to do something more pranayama, less asana. When British ruled India over 200 years, they saw the benefit of yoga. Body is like a computer, hardware and software, you need to run the computer. Same way, for body to be healthy, you need to have a good muscle and good internal organ, detoxing the internal organ. So what British did, they stole the hardware. They forgot to take the software. They have a good muscle, they still have diabetes, still have high blood pressure, still have cancer, everything else. Now we are bringing back the software to them. Say, please do this, take the software, otherwise your hardware is not good for you. And that's why when I travel around the world teaching yoga, most Western society, they only do 70% physical exercise. Like in today's class, most people talk about asana. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying it's wrong. But in our teaching, we do 70% pranayama, 5% light exercise, and less physical. And that's all. And at our age, at 70, all you need is pranayama and some light exercise. That's enough to make the body healthy. I'm going to live to 100, and that's what I'm trying to teach other people. If you want to live long, you have to do yoga. Yoga is like a medicine. Prevention is better than cure. Very important. So said to you, what happened is we become really sick. When you go to doctors, they'll tell you take a flu injection. But agree, but also have to increase your body health, increase your immune system that can fight the virus. I'll tell you my story, what I did. My father was a GP. I used to get flu all the time. So he used to give me flu vaccine, flu injection every year. I still used to catch flu, very severe. But since I met Baba Ramdev Swamiji, I did yoga, changed my lifestyle, eat herbal supplement like ashwagandha, tulsi, basil, giloi, eating the right healthy food, like some of the previous people have been talking. Since last 20 years, I have no flu, not even taking any medicine for it, no had cold, even swine flu, COVID, nothing at all hit me at all. What was my solution? First point to attack is increase your immune system in the body. That happens with daily practice of yoga, which is pranayama and asana. Acupressure, to heal the body is like acupuncture, by going to the different energy meridian and pressing the point in hands and feet to energize them. And then you talk about mudra. Mudra plays a big part. Whole body is made up of 5 elements: fire, air, space, earth, and water. Fire is positive, air is positive, space is negative, earth is neutral, water is negative. So fire is important, and whenever you top the tip of the fire, you increase the element. When you balance the element, when you put to the base, you increase it. When you put the element down to the base of fire and you press it, you suppress it. That's the roughly science of mudra. Using the mudra, you can do a lot of benefit to the body. And then lifestyle, reduce stress, and also it's like and also Ayurveda, using food as medicine, using the 5 elements to heal yourself. It all plays an important part. And we have to stimulate, we have to open up the energy channel. We have 14 energy channels, 6 on either side meridian. And the governor vessel goes from here to third eye, to crown chakra, to the spine, to the back passage, and conception vessel from the back passage all the way back to the middle. If energy needs to flow through the meridian, if any blockage, it causes disease. The meridian channel in the body needs to be flow freely. So they all come to the hand, goes across there, under the armpit, into the organ. So we do simple exercise. If you open your palm hand, make a cup like not flat cup, and clap 9 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then everything flows through here. Other side. And then back of the hand under the armpit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Other side. 1, 2. And the lung meridian plays a very important role. It goes from your thumb all the way across to the L1, L5, L7, L9. These are all the points given where the energy channel comes to the surface. So we're just tapping in here, you energize them. 1, 2. Usually you do that 3 sets, but today we are time limited, only do once. Next, very important, solar plexus. When you're born, you're connected with your navi, with the mother. So every nerve system is there. If that comes up and down, that creates a health problem. might lead to constipation, loose motion, palpitation, anything goes wrong. So prevention is better than cure. So put your hand there, breathe in and breathe out. The other side. So by doing this, you open the also sometimes your daddy used to do. You put the candle in your belly button and put the lota on top. And when the candle went off, your stomach goes sucked into the lota, and that created a vacuum, which bring the navi back in line. And sometimes they used to tie a black string on your toes to stop the navi going, solar plex going up and down, kind of. So that's one of the important things. You have two kinds of fluid in the body, blood and the lymph fluid. Blood has a heart to pump, but the lymph fluid doesn't have anything. It needs a muscle. So muscle needs to act. If you don't use the muscle, lymph fluid can't flow, and that can create health issues as well. There's 600 lymph nodes in the body. They basically contain your calf muscle, your groin, your stomach, under the armpit, and the throat and ear. So you have to use those muscles all the time. And for the calf muscle, the best way is just walking. I have a club which we do 10,000 steps every day. But give yourself a target, 6,000 or 5,000, but do that daily. By using the calf muscle for walking, you're going to use calf muscle as a pump, which pumps the blood up the way, reduces your blood pressure, also pump up the lymph fluid to fight infection and prevention of any kind of illness, virus at all. That makes sense? Next is for your groin, you do the butterfly sitting on the floor. If you look at the Rekha sitting see the butterfly, and you can see, you can highlight her as well if you want, if you don't mind. See my supporting with this thing. And if you're sitting in the chair, you can cross your leg and do like this. Very important. That will pump the lymph fluid all the way through the calf muscle, all the groin, all the way back up to fight infection, and also very good for sciatica pain. Next is your stomach. Stomach, the best one is, the lady said before, about Kapal Bharati. You can do Neri Mudra, called Sono Mudra, fire, touching the whole finger together, bringing everything balanced, and do. That pumps up the lymph fluid all the way back up to fight infection. Next is under the armpit one, you go. And same one, put your hand there, tapping there. Both sides. And then, if you look at your palm of your hand, 3 fingers above, if you hold there, this is the point where the sick band is, and you pump your finger is the pump to pump the lymph fluid all the way back up to remove all the toxin from the left side of the body, and do the same thing on the right side as well. And last but not the least is the ear. That's why हम लोग बच्चों को इंडिया में क्या करते थे, पनिशमेंट देते थे, तो बोलते थे कान पकड़ ऐसे बैठ के उठक बैठक करो. The कान पकड़ने से you increase your immune system and also increase your memory power. So that is why we used to do that. अब अभी आप लोग just लगा लें. Hold the ear, go down the circle, and down the other way. Excellent. So you can see how important your lymph fluid to be moving. That's why some people have, if they have no movement, the lymph becomes a lump in your body, and that could become cancerous as well. Doesn't need to be, but it could become a cancerous as well. So the lymph fluid needs to be moving. Their job is to move dead cells from the body and so on. So body to be healthy, 2 things are important. When you eat food, you produce waste product, you have to get rid of it. No constipation, good bowel movement, because it will otherwise create the backup in the system and it will create havoc. And second is good digestive system. So I want you, could you please highlight my Rekha as well for me, if you don't mind? Rekha, could you highlight my second camera? Riddhi ji. Can you highlight Rekha as well? She will show you the asana for that. Can you? उसमें highlight नहीं कर सकते नहीं. Can you highlight Rekha ji? Thank you. That's it. So that's when you sit in the Mandukasana, which is very, very important asana. You have to sit properly. The press is the calf muscle. As the other lady was saying, calf muscle is connected to the stomach. So that itself do that. And then Swamiji taught us for diabetes to actually exercise your pancreas. But I use this for improving your digestive system. To improve your digestive system, you have to exercise your pancreas, your liver, gallbladder, your spleen, your kidney, and adrenal gland, and the stomach. If you exercise this, so this exercise will do everything else. So make a tight fist, breathe in, breathe out completely, and put your belly on the belly button and go right down as low as you can, almost touching the floor, and then look up. And you have to Kapalbhati for 40 times. That will exercise, produce more insulin, which helps to balance your sugar level. You do that half an hour before the meal time. If you smile, you get double the benefit. If you don't smile, you get half the benefit. Excellent. Usually we do that twice, but today for time limitation, we'll do it once. Next, make a fist again. Go right side your liver, left side your spleen. Both sides. You breathe in, breathe out, and you go down all the way down again and come up and do Kapalbhati for 40 times. That will exercise your liver and spleen at the same time and gallbladder. And gently come back up. Gently. And next one is your stomach. You come up now. Next is your stomach now. If you're right-handed, right hand should go on the top. If you're left-handed, left hand on the top. So breathe in, breathe out, left hand on the stomach, the right hand. And then you go down again and look up and do Kapalbhati for 40 times. And gently come back up. Excellent. Next is the kidney. You come up over here. Next, come up the kidney now. Kidney is your belly button falling to the back, and you take a fist and tap it there 40 times. So that way, prevention of anything forming in your kidney stone. And you can laugh as well. That way, laughter is the best form of exercise. No problem. Just by doing this, what we have done is exercise all the digestive system, solar plex. See how important that is. Next one, obviously, is that improves the digestive system, and you have to reduce stress. How do you reduce stress? Reduce stress by increasing prana. Prana is all around us. In China, we call it prana. In India, we call it prana. In India, we call it chi. In China, we call it chi. And in universe, we call it life force. It's all around us. You scoop the prana from your hand, breathe in, turn your hand around, and breathe out very slowly through your mouth. You'll find you'll come. It's a good way to fall asleep, but you can't sleep at night time. Just breathe in very good, gently, and turn your hand around and breathe out through your mouth very slowly. You find mind will completely relax and distress you. Next is your thymus gland, which is between the chest here. Whenever India में क्या होता है, कोई मरता है, हम छाती ठोकते हैं. ये बंदर है, हमारे हम बंदर है. आपको केला दे रहे हैं. केला नहीं देंगे तो हम छाती ठोकेंगे. आप अंडा बनाना है. तो ये मानने से मानसिक तनाव कम होता है and increase immune system as well. या टाइप करके breathe in and breathe out through your mouth. You can see how important all small things are. Last thing is also very important one is the what do you call intermittent fasting. हम लोग दिन भर खाते रहते हैं. Body has three processes: digestive process, healing process, and digest and getting rid of toxin from the body. हम रात को 7 बजे 6 बजे के बाद कुछ खाना नहीं है until next morning. Give the body the rest. After 4 hours, when they digested the food, then body starts doing the healing process. हम लोग दिन रात में खा के सोएंगे तो क्या होता है? Healing process never happens. The body builds up the toxins, and that's what creates a backup in the system and creates a health issue as well. खाते हो जीने के लिए, do you live to eat or do you eat to live? Very important. You have to think twice about it. At my age, one hot meal a day, the rest should be soup or salad or something very simple. Not too many meals. It's like you have to be careful, and what you eat, what you think, the body delivers. If you have avocado खा रहे हैं, it's got 100 different benefits. But if I'm eating it to lower my cholesterol, I will say I'm eating this avocado to lower my cholesterol. My body will lower the cholesterol, nothing else. Then you feel your cholesterol will go down. So how important is your mind over matter? One of our medical science person in the Patanjali Yoga did a test on what it said where your body and the mind either gets affected, your breath changes. So breath is the bridge between body and mind. And your mind is subconscious mind and conscious mind. You have to connect the both. Once you do that, then you'll connect to your spiritual world. Otherwise, you can't. Monday, going to temple, going to church, you won't connect with spirituality. First, you have to find the God within you. Once you find the God within you, you know, same God exists in all of you. And that's how you connect with each other. And you can't harm. World will have more peace and everything else. Very, very important kind of idea. And last thing is, body we're made up of 5 elements. Fire, air, space. When you go to naturopathy center or wellness center, they call it, they use those elements to heal you. So that's why no point. You need medicine. My father is a doctor. All my family is a doctor. I do respect them, but not as that. You don't go to them right away. First, try to heal yourself. In this century, people are more aware of how to look after themselves. They look at what they're buying. No chemicals, no preservative. They want everything natural, and that's very important. And try to eat. Think of food as medicine. If you open your spice drawer, a lot of spices in your cupboard is medicine. But we eat them, we don't know. Haldi khate, kyo khate hai, pata nahi. Then you have one benefit. First, you have to think, I'm eating haldi. I take haldi every night in hot water to reduce my inflammation because I have a problem in knee. I damaged my knee when I was in my son's wedding dancing. I damaged my knee long 20 years ago. I still have the problem. That's why I can't do yoga on the floor. I only do yoga or sitting on the chair. And so nothing. In the day, I'm not Superman or Superman. I want to be me. And in the day, people take me for a while. But in the day, knowledge, more you share with people, more you gather. And that's the way it is. So anything else you want to ask, anything else, I'm welcome to answer that. Thank you.
So that's amazing. We'll welcome questions as well. If anyone has any questions, please raise your hand or put it into the comments. Samji, I just wanted to reflect on something that you said, which was having turmeric, the yellow powder, for inflammation, to be able to reduce the inflammation. So how much turmeric would you use to water? What would you
why you pita and kapha? Everybody has different dosa. So depending on, I'm very hot. Nighttime I have to sleep with the fan on. So I sleep on the left side, right side. So I can breathe from the left to cool my body down. So I can only take half teaspoon of turmeric. So depending on yourself, some people are cold-minded, then they have to take full teaspoon. So you find your own balance. If you're too hot, if you take 1 teaspoon, then you become too hot. Then you have other problem. Yoga is about bringing the balance. Not too hot, not too cold. You need to come in the middle.
Right. And was the other one where you were speaking about hitting the chest?
Thymus gland.
Thymus gland. So it stimulates the thymus gland.
Thymus gland, which activates reduces anxiety and also activates the T cell. So the immune system to able to fight virus. And last thing before I say anything is nitric oxide, which I forgot to mention, which is very important for elderly to reduce blood pressure, also to increase the immune system. Because any virus which goes through winter through the nasal passage, and by doing humming sound, you produce 30% more nitric oxide. That is able to kill the virus or weaken the virus. When the virus goes inside, your antibody can fight it and prevent any illness. So all you do is cover your eardrum and put your tongue near the ear, near the teeth. The vibration goes and do the humming sound for 3 times. So you do that 3 times. That vibration will produce more nitric oxide. So when COVID happened for the last 2 years or 3 years, I've been telling people, whenever you go out, you come in, you wash your hand, you do everything else, but what the government policy is, then you also do nitric oxide. Even for the school children, I take I'm going to try to take yoga in the school as well. So when I go to school, I tell the boy children, whenever you go home, do the nitric oxide exercise before you go in the home, wash your hand and watch all that. Make sure you don't give virus to anybody else or to yourself as well. Remember, children get allergy very easily in the school. They get sore throat, cough, and all that. If they do the nitric oxide, they won't get it. That is the important part of the whole thing is. And nitric oxide, as you go elderly, we absorb less. So we have to eat more green vegetables. Also, don't use mouthwash. When you use mouthwash, you kill all the saliva. So you don't produce nitrate with the food to produce nitric oxide. So that's very important. And the nitric oxide in the hospital, they use that for mouth cancer. They use that for CPOD, lung infection. They use that for young children, premature baby being born. The lungs are developed. So they give oxygen with the carbon dioxide and nitric oxide. So nitric oxide acts like a bubble. So when you put the soap in the bubble comes up and bursts very quickly. This is how nitric oxide behaves. When the bubble bursts, opens up the lung, the child can survive. Before that, child couldn't survive. Now the young premature baby can survive much better because the nitric oxide mixed with oxygen, they give it to children and under the control of the nurses. And also nitric oxide lowers your blood pressure, because when you burst, opens the blood vessel, so the blood pressure goes down. Also stops forming cholesterol plaque, because when it opens up, all the plaque breaks up, so you don't have a plaque forming. It also helps to absorb more oxygen in your muscle, so gives you more stamina. And that's why people who do marathon run or they do cycling, they take nitric oxide powder in the juice and drink it half an hour before the meal to give you more stamina so they can run faster and further, kind of idea.
Incredible. You shared so much wisdom and knowledge with us today, and I'm so grateful for just all the tips that you've shared with us so beautifully. Did anybody else have any questions?
Well, I would like to say, Sam, you're really so knowledgeable, and I love, as someone like yourself who looks to many different disciplines to integrate, you were bringing up the meridians and then all.
Prana is the best thing. Prana is the Chinese way of Chinese taught us so many good things about prana, which we didn't know, which I'm so grateful for that.
Yes, it's really the other thing when you were talking about this area, what really helps me is a neti pot.
That's just the neti pot. Yes, I do that daily. Yes.
Yes, no wonder you look so healthy. You have so much knowledge and you really apply it, and it's so these teachings, this knowledge from all these cultures, it's so good for humanity. Too often I have friends that, they have like their back is hurting or something, go to the doctor, and next thing it's surgery, when there's so many ways, as being a dancer, as Honey would know, being a dancer for so many years, it's all of these techniques and traditions and massage and rolfing and so many things have helped me, so that, and the turmeric, we take turmeric every day. We do it in liquid. And so all of this knowledge that we bring. Yeah.
Can I get a couple of minutes to show you something? My expertise is acupressure and mudra. People tend to have a carpal tunnel or any arthritis of the finger. This is the electric pain I use. If I put it in, I know all the nerves, if I put it there, you can see all my hands are shaking. And your carpal tunnel will go away, and arthritis pain, anything in the finger will go away as well. I know all the nerve system. I work with the acupuncturists as well, learned from them, and they taught me something as well. You see the whole finger shaking stuff. I'm not doing anything. It's happening automatically. And my arthritis of finger will go away. Same thing I can do with the knee. If you put on the knee point, all my knee will shake, and my knee pain will go away. I have knee pain. That's why I use that. And this is a very good tool. It's like it's like something you do it yourself. You don't need third-party intervention. Baba Ramdev told me to go internationally and take yoga, and whatever knowledge you have, connect with local people. And they want to know why. How did it happen? They just don't take my word for it. I have to show how everything happened. And that's an important part of the whole thing, isn't it? So I saw it about it now. I could resist that.
That's okay.
I've got to ask Samji, what is that equipment called?
It's just that it's designed for something else, but it's like a meridian massage, they call it.
Amazing. Okay.
Before they didn't used to sell them like that. But I've bought about $2,000 already sold all over the world. So now they start putting meridian diagram in there and everything else, saying it's a meridian. It opens up the energy channel. Any blockage, it removes the blockage. Because as I said to you, I tell most of my students sometimes when they do the treatment, I'm not a doctor, I'm a plumber. I know where the blockage is. I'm cleaning all the blockage. You know?
How often do you use it? So say, for example, somebody had arthritis in the hand or carpal tunnel. How long would you use that equipment on the hand for?
Just 40 seconds. 30 to 40 seconds. 30 to 40 seconds. You can do it many often time you want, no problem. There's no side effect. All that contains a battery. So it can't harm you anyway. It's only be battery there. So it's not very powerful, it's just a small what happens is when the copper tunnel nerve is on top of each other, by this stimulating it and you don't have to do surgery then. A lot of people have taken the surgery off. The doctor said you need to have a surgery. By using this tool, they managed to prevent surgery completely.
Results speak for themselves, don't they?
Sam, do you use mantras as part of clearing the mind? Mantras I found to be incredibly effective.
I came from India when I was 14. So my Hindi language, I wasn't good at any language. I've learned English, Hindi, French, English, everything I feel. But mantra was very hard for me. But same time, I do know, like one of the mantras I do for my Om Mahadev, Shankar, Shambhu, Mahakali, but it's my personal. I just remember one, and that's why I chant every morning, or just Om Namah Shivaya, just whichever you feel comfortable with. So I learned to respect everybody and every culture, everything, and that's what the most important part of life is, isn't it?
Global Namaste, dearest honey. Welcome.
Global Namaste, dear Riddhi. And what a lovely, lovely program you've been hosting today. And really, I agree with Sharon. You know, Sam, you're amazing. Samji, you are really a really true, I would say, genius when it comes to all of this. The various types of exercises you showed, very simple yet so effective, you know, as you mentioned. Well, my question was that my mother has just had spinal surgery because I think what they've said is that some of the nerves are not healing properly at the moment. So she's still having problems walking, etc. So I just wondered, is this meridian equipment that you've got, could that help, or are there any exercises that you
this will help. The best one is meridian mudra. If you hold the fist, some pointing up, put on the knee, and breathe in, breathe out, that will be able to fix the top part of the spine and stretch the bottom part like elastic band.
Oh, you mean just doing this?
Just try that. Do that, put on the knee.
Put on the knee?
Breathe in. You'll find the bottom part is stretched like elastic band. So the pressure on the nerve goes away, and then the pain goes away.
Oh, I see. I'll have to try that. Thank you for that.
And also you can do Kapalbhati on that as well. And then you do inside. And the muscle will go in first, then go out if you do that.
Ah, right. Very, very simple, isn't it? Just little movements from your body.
If you go out the way, this is how it teaches the English people, saying to them how the mudra works. Then they see how the mudra. They said, no, it taught us. They said, this is old science. If you do out way, muscle will go out first before it goes in. So it's like wherever the thumb goes, the muscle reacts differently.
Right. Thank you so much. I'll share that with my mother. Thank you so
much. And also
this
pain thing, this electric pain, you can just put in the back where the pain is, or in the spine, on your hand, or in your hand where this is the point where the spine is.
Yes.
Putting it there, the current will go across there automatically.
Right. It's a meridian. You said it's a meridian massager, right?
That's it.
I'll remember that. Thank you. That looks very good, actually. Thank you very much. And from this, of course, Sharon Ji, I just wanted to say that your questions are always amazing. and Riddhi Ji, I'm ready to share as much knowledge as you'd like from the meditation and anxiety side, because today I didn't realize that's the topic I'll be covering.
Yes, and I am super excited to introduce you in a second for you to share so much knowledge with us. I am super excited to hear and see what it is that you've got stored as well. And before I do that, Amrita, did you have a question or did you have a comment that you wanted to make?
Yeah, I wanted to say that you're doing a very wonderful job, Sam, by training people and teaching all these holistic ways, which is in fact the ancient wisdom of India, and it's very important for people to link with that. I also wanted to ask you, could you just throw a little bit of insight on how we should breathe? Because I think most of us don't know how to breathe. So, do you have any idea? So, our recommendations for people that come to you on the tips of breathing?
Because what happened was when the COVID happened, affected the lung mostly. So my class of 1 hour was only on the expansion of lung, how to make the lung muscle stronger so it doesn't get affected. Able to throw out all the toxins, everything else. So you're using 100% of your lung, not 10, 20%. That's what happens. Most people don't breathe properly. And that's what creates it's over the year, it becomes stagnant. And that's why it creates a lot of problem. So as I said to you, first is if you do a chin mudra upside down, and you breathe in, that expands the bottom section of the lung. See what happens? Mudra sends the prana to that organ. By doing the chin mudra, the prana goes to the bottom section of the lung, where the blood flows in to absorb the oxygen. And then for the top one, you do the Adi mudra. That expands the airways and upper part of the lung. And that opens up breathing and do Kapalbhati. So you expand the upper part of the lung fully, and you do some lung exercise. It's like a Caesar action with your hand opening up, and then you do this one. It's just opening of the lung, and also, see, we are Indian. We want little effort, maximum benefit. So I try to combine yoga in certain way that you do one exercise, you get 10 different benefits from it at the same time. So by doing this, you're expanding your lung, prevention of spondylitis, and also frozen shoulder. So you're doing all three at the same time just by doing this exercise like that. And also breathing in across like that. And also the mudra plays a big part. And acupressure wise, obviously, you do certain acupressure for mudra as well. Also, a lot of people tend to get what we call allergy. You know, the winter tend to get allergies. So I do the Brahman mudra, which is the hand, little finger touching thumb, middle finger, and the index middle finger touching the top of the thumb. And then that helps to clear any mucus, any cough, anything like. Also, ling mudra is very good to heat the body. What your mind thinks, body delivers. So really, a lot of people eat healthy. They eat healthy because they like it, but that's not the benefit. You have to think, why are you eating healthy for? Yes, that's social. Whatever you think, body delivers.
Beautiful. So use your food as medicine, which is such an important lesson for us, especially in this day and age. And Sanji, I could listen to you all day. I think you've got so many beautiful tips and strategies to be able to help us with literally any ailment that anyone has had. You've got an answer. How can people connect with you? Where can they find out more information about you?
To the Patanjali, Patanjali, they are based in Glasgow Centre, and also I do yoga class every morning from 9 to half 10. I do it myself, or sometimes my students take the classes for me because I'm traveling sometimes, taking yoga lessons in different places. Recently, I was in Mauritius taking classes as well, so I travel around quite a bit. But I'm not young chicken anymore, so I'm getting old, so I need to start kind of retiring slowly, kind of taking backseat.
I think you're 18 with 40 years of experience.
No, thank you.
So Global Namaste, thank you for such a beautiful day.
Thank you, Neil Kumar, for lovely platform. Thank you, Neil.
And last but not least, we've got dearest Honey, who I have to introduce because she is an absolute bundle of joy to be around. She's always got such a beautiful, positive, upbeat aura about her, and she just brings along so much joy and beauty whenever she comes on. So for those of you that may not know Honey, Dr. Honey Kalaria is a mind, body, and soul coach. She's an award-winning coach with creative dance expertise with over 35 years of fine art, culture, and entertainment. Honey has been a spiritual seeker and meditator since she was a teenager. Wow. And she regularly practices Samarpan meditation, which is a part of Dhyan Yoga. So really able to work there with the mind to be able to unblock any of those blockages. She has been taught by the Himalayan Yoga Shiv Kripanand Swami. Shiv Kripanand Swami has enjoyed studying many spiritual disciplines, yogic cultures, ranging from Raja Yoga, which was taught by Brahma Kumaris, Art of Living by Ravi Shankar, Vipassana by Goenka, Isha Kriya by Sadhguru, and Kundalini Yoga by Yogi Bhajan. Vedantic spiritual practices is taught by Chinmaya Mission, as well as other Western practices such as mindfulness and transcendental meditation. So beautiful package by Hani. She's clearly an all-rounder with all kinds of experience in meditation, and she believes that it is important to self-reflect, contemplate, and grow spiritually to become a better human being. And without further ado, I would like to pass the floor over to our dearest Hani Kalaria to share some beautiful meditations with us on mind practices. Hani, welcome.
Riddhi ji, thank you so much for this. Actually, I was hoping that you will be here with me because I was going to ask you some questions and I was going to run through a different type of a meditation practice here. So if there's a chance for you to be there, lovely. Sharon here as well, which will be great. This will be, first of all, I just want to say thank you very much for such a beautiful introduction. And I've just realized as you were sharing, you know, that my journey has involved so many paths and meeting such amazing people. I feel very blessed that I have been able to learn a little bit from everywhere, trying to implement whatever I could in my life. And through that, you know, I've been able to get to a point here, meeting beautiful people like yourself and connecting to like-minded people, because I understand each and every single one, you are very spiritual people, all on your own spiritual path. So I'm very, very lucky to be part of Healing Our Earth for that. So
Honey, that's what really shows that you've done your research and that you've practiced so many different types. And now you're at a stage where you can make it your own. Now you're at a stage where you can see what works, what doesn't work, what worked overall for you, and really be able to take those parts that worked for you to be able to bring them together into your own practice and to be able to share that with the world. And I think that's such a beautiful thing to have.
Thank you so much. Actually, yeah, I'm sure both yourself and Sharon, while she's here as well, you know, you will notice that meditation has such positive impacts on different areas. So today I wanted to share a few of the research that has taken place, maybe ask you a few questions about what you think of certain areas, and maybe share some of my own examples, real life examples, which could support people in a more practical level in their lives. Maybe we can finish off with a nice little short meditation together as well to give people a little practical experience. But you know, first of all, starting off, people talk nowadays a lot about stress. So let me ask yourself and Sharon, could you give me one example of a time that you felt stressed? Can you start off perhaps, Riddhi ji?
There are ample amounts of times when I have felt stress. I think the biggest ones are when I've literally had self-imposed stress, and that's been when I've been working with corporate companies, when I've been working with large law firms. And one of the things that we've been asked to do is work to tight deadlines. Tight deadlines have caused all kinds of mental and emotional issues because it means that we've literally got to be on top of it, and especially when we know that our work is being judged by somebody else, we've got to try that extra little bit harder. And that's why I think it's so important to be able to create the power of the gap. And the gap is literally about having a little time between the time that the event occurs, the stimulus, and the response, because there's about a 5-second gap in which we can decide what our response is going to be. And it's in those 5 seconds that we've got a time to just chill out, take a deep breath, breathe out, and relax, and literally just let go of all of that stress, of all of that pressure, come back into the present moment, and then work on it from there. And the results doing it that way are so much better, so much more enhanced than to try and run headfirst into something. Because whenever I run headfirst into something, I always find that I trip and that I fall on something or another. So I've learned over time to give myself the power of the gap.
That's beautiful. That's lovely. So you get a chance to just hold back a little bit, just give yourself a few seconds before you make a decision. Because of course, every decision you make in life will shape your future, will shape your destiny, because it's either have tea or coffee. Tea will do this, coffee will do that. or you can have green tea and you think, oh, green tea is good for you. So everything you make, every decision, so which is very important, actually. Very nice. And how about you, Sharon? Hello, Global Namaste, all the way to
Global Namaste.
Looking gorgeous as ever, dear Sharon. Tell us a bit about, can you share with our audiences, what kind of thing would you have? Maybe an example, so that Riddhi gave a fantastic example, which I'm sure many people go through. How about yourself?
My example would be that I think many of us who are very sensitive, that actually do a lot of meditation and are very aware of forces beyond the physical. Stress to me really comes from other people's projecting their stress and their anger and their negative emotions onto me.
Right. Okay.
Right. And so it's been a long journey of how to deal with that. You know, how to become, oh, actually, I'm wearing this today. This is from the Tibetan tradition, and it's a symbol of the mirror, that one should become like a mirror, so that when all of this is coming at you, you're just reflecting it back. It's not affecting you. It's a hard thing to do, especially like if you're in a situation where you're in a car with someone and you and they're all stressed out and yelling at the drivers and stuff, and you're picking up all this stuff. Well, what do? And then I've learned a lot about making these energetic boundaries. You imagine that, this mirror is like a whole lot of mirrors all around you, and it's protecting you. So that, to me right now, in my own self, I'm pretty good at dealing with, personal stress. Pretty good, and I'm not perfect, but the thing that really impacts me is this other people's stress.
Right. So it's like other people, yeah. So this is something, again, a lot of people go, thank you very much for sharing that, Sharon, because really good points both of you have said. And I want our audience members, our global audience, and our lovely Healing Our Family members to understand that anxiety, stress, everything that we feel, it is a natural feeling that we would all go through. And there are many, many situations in life that would be causing this in our lives. The important part is how we react to all of this, of course, as Riddhi said, and yourself as well, with your boundary that you create. And a lot of people will think, yes, I understand. You're saying is how I react, but I just can't help reacting because I feel stressed, or I feel like hitting somebody, like, oh, I got so irritated with someone. And not being able to hold on to those emotions, balance those emotions and deal with things in a balanced way. So again, coming down to meditation, as we always speak about, the interesting thing about meditation is when you meditate regularly, you find that this happens automatically. And this is the secret when you meditate. I find that this is so powerful because when you're a regular meditator, there's some kind of resilience that forms in you, that even though you may have a little short burst of anxiety, which we all go through, you will be able to handle yourself very quickly and get yourself back on center point again. The problems we get and the stress-related issues we get is when we're not being able to deal with the anxiety, not being able to deal with the stress. And that's what leads us to the illnesses that we're getting. Even a backache or a headache is related to stress, as we know. So if you're going through a lot of productive issues at workplace, or even people, causing and throwing all their terrible energies on you, and it's affecting you, you will find that this will start affecting your productivity, unfortunately. So how do we deal with these things? Is, of course, when you do regular meditation, you create this very powerful aura around you, which will be working as a blanket around you, which will throw away. It's like when something is trying to get in, it won't allow that energy to come through into you. So you can become a bit more resilient. And how do we do that? Through regular meditation, of course. So I will share again a little bit more about that later. The reason I'm asking you these questions is because I'm just leading into something. Second question I have, dear Riddhi, when we talk about focus and attention, what would you say? Is there any time in your life that you have found a bit difficulty in focusing and maybe concentrating, or there's too many things going on in your life, so it's like, oh my god, I got this to do, that to do, and you can't focus anything? Oh my god, I was just about to make a tea and I just put, I don't know, this into something else. I put coffee in my tea instead. So because you're not thinking at that moment in time. Can you tell us anything about focus, attention, any of the obstacles that you may have had in your life in that area?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the main ones is about multitasking. And especially as women, we play so many different roles in so many different positions, and we're wearing so many different hats at the same time that we kind of feel like we've got to be able to do things for the family, do things for those around us, as well as then it's so important that we prioritize our own self-care at the same time, because when we can prioritize our own self-care, we have so much more that we can give to other people. It's when we're actually running on empty that then we're feeling burnt out, we're not producing at our maximum, we're not feeling optimum, and then that's having an impact on how we show up in our relationships, is having an impact on what we're able to do for other people. So actually, by being able to prioritize, by working out what are the things that I absolutely have to do right now, and what are the things that I can come back to perhaps later on in the day, they're still important to me, but I can perhaps delay it for an hour whilst I work on this very important, very urgent task first, and then come back to something else later. So by actually working out, well, okay, what are my list of tasks that I've got to do for today? And then what is my top priority? And what is something that would be a nice to have, but I don't have to have it straight away? I can prioritize it for later. And I find by actually having a list like that, where I can prioritize things into what's most important, what's most urgent, what's least important, but still quite urgent because it's a smaller task, so it still has to be done, that it doesn't have to be done straight away, and things like that perhaps I can delegate off to other people. Perhaps I don't have to be the one that takes on all of that stress and all of that burden by myself, and perhaps it's something that somebody else could do, which would be very nice, and I can focus on the things that only I have the skills and the abilities to be able to do in that situation. And I think a beautiful example of that was just very recently, where it was only myself and my dad that were actually doing the cooking. My mom had to go away somewhere. And so it was really important for me, because I was working full time at the same time. I probably only had about half an hour in the evening where I could literally get home, get myself sorted, and then go into doing the family chores. So I found in that time, by actually just opening up and just saying, hey dad, do you mind being a chef? Can you cut some vegetables? Can you chop this up? Can you dice this? And then when I get home, I can do the cooking and put all the rich masalas together and make it into a beautiful meal. And I think that's really the best thing about women as well, is that whatever women get, they're able to times it by 10 and produce it and give it back, is actually a fantastic skill and ability to have in the first place.
That's really amazing. That's really great. So you're talking about the fact that when we're talking about focusing and attention, you talked about the fact that it's important to prioritize. So the way you deal with this particular situation is, so you've got a list and you make sure you do all the bits that are very important first, and urgent as well, of course, and do all the, yeah.
Coming back to focus and concentration there as well, I think it's at those times that we can then be in flow. Like, have you ever noticed sometimes that you just don't know where the time's gone, that the time has just totally escaped, and you've just been so focused on a particular task that you haven't realized what the time is, that you've been so attentive and you've literally been at your best and really had those skills and that knowledge to meet the demand of the task. So it hasn't been overly challenging, but it's been a little bit of a challenge that's enabled you to really focus and concentrate on.
Absolutely. That's very nice. Thank you so much for that. So just to share with our audience members that we spoke about, this is something, again, many people would relate to, that there are so many things on our things to do list, which just never end. They're just, it's like, when will my things to do list end? Because there's always another bit to add on to the bottom again, right? So every day the list gets longer and longer, and so many things end up not being done, etc. So this is really good because it starts stressing you out when you start seeing so many things that needs to be done. And that was wonderful what you mentioned. You just delegated it to your dad or asked for help when you need it. But the important part here is about the focus and the attention. That part you touched upon as well, that when you go in a flow, that is the most important time. Now, what I have learned through Samarpan meditation as well, just to add to this, is when you meditate regularly, you find that whatever you do, you become 100% focused. Now, it's very difficult normally, but you find that as you start practicing regularly, you will find that when you start doing something, you go through exactly what you said, where you just literally forget the time and you completely get working into whatever you're working on, the task at hand. So for me, I always say to people that if you are somebody who gets stressed, you have problems in terms of, let's say, have anxiety, you may have issues perhaps with overwhelming, things that are happening every day, not productivity issues, or maybe focusing and attention issues. Again, meditation is one of those really, really important areas that you could include in everyday life, because you'll find you will eliminate most of these, like by 50% or 60% of what you're actually feeling at the moment. I'll share a little bit of the studies that are out there in terms of the research at the end, so that it gives you a little bit of an idea of what actual studies are showing as well through meditation. Let's add Sharon. Sharon, is there maybe one short little example you can give in terms of the focus and attention?
Well, actually, we go back to the same area. When the thing that throws me off is if someone else is projecting energetically onto me. Generally, I can handle things. I mean, yes, if I look at the news, it might really stress me out. But immediately, what I do is I have so many different tools. Like, for example, in the Qigong tradition, there's a practice called the 6 healing sounds. And stress, anxiety is particularly associated with the stomach, spleen, and pancreas area. So many of us, that's part of what we call the fight-flight syndrome. So we get all stressed out and we kind of contract in, and that's going to hurt our neck. It's going to, cause problems, digestive problems. So there is a practice called the 6 healing sounds, in which you are doing a sound. You're doing this whole practice, which maybe next week I'll show, that really releases the stress from the mind and from the body itself. There's a part where you're sensing into the organs, and you're looking left and right into your head, and you're seeing in front of you the situation that's causing you the stress, and you're just as you breathe, because there's breathing involved, you let it go. The other thing that really, really helps me is mantras.
But how does this help with your focusing and your attention?
So as soon as I do, well, first of all, in order to do the practice, I have to focus there. So it's already, I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about letting it go, letting it go, letting it go. And as soon as I can really let it go, I'm right back. The other thing that really helps these days, as you're saying, is making lists.
So,
that really, when I have so many things going on, to have lists, and then every day, just know I can get a few things done. That really helps with focus too.
That part that you just shared just now, Sharon, is very important, by the way, because a lot of our viewers who are listening right now, they may say, look, I understand I have to write a list, etc., etc. But, it still gets really overwhelming, for example. Let's imagine that's what they're thinking. So what I say to people, that if you know where you're going in your life, if you know what your values are, if you know what are things that are important for you, what are the things you wish to achieve in life, what are the things you wish to contribute in life. So when you have that clear in your mind, when you sit down to meditate and you focus on things that you actually know you want, etc., and the vision that you are actually wanting to create in your life, you will find that your meditation becomes a lot more focused. You start creating energy in that area. And sometimes, and I feel most of the times, you start attracting those situations, which will help you move in that direction. So sometimes your work starts becoming smoother because it's not like, okay, maybe I want to do this. No, maybe I should do this. No, maybe let's try this one, maybe this time around. So suddenly it's like a boat that's going here, 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 here. There's no destination. So I find that when I sit down to meditate and through some open meditation, even if I didn't know where I need to go, when you start meditating, you start understanding that these values that are important for you are the more humanitarian values. Automatically you start feeling I need to contribute more, I need to be kinder to my people that I know, I need to be more. It just happens very automatically. These are little values that you bring into your life. Health is important for me because without my body I can't go out there to maximize my true potential, for example. So I have to eat nutritious meals. So you will start knowing what your values are as you start understanding where you wish to go. And then if you think, okay, I want to go and plant 1 million trees around the world, for example, then you know that, okay, I need to spend more time doing this because that's going to help me move in this direction. I need to do more fundraising, so I need to spend a bit more time developing my volunteer list, for example. So what I'm trying to share is that sometimes we do many things in our lives which may not be so necessary. And also some things are important, but they're not your important vision things. There are things that other people are asking you to do, not what you need to do in your life. And that also creates a lot of frustration in our lives. So, and irritability, because it's a kind of resentment that, that kind of builds up inside. You think, oh, I need to get my things done, but I have to get all this done. So becoming a bit more.
I think that is absolutely beautiful, honey. And I just wanted to come back to something that both you and Sharon have actually mentioned, is that when we have a list and we can start to cross things off, it gives the brain such a big dopamine hit that it's a quick release of energy to know, actually, I've done this. I'm on the right path. Like I've accomplished something. And it's like waking up in the morning and just making your bed and just being able to tick that off gets you moving in the right direction to know, actually, what I'm doing is right. And when the brain can start to get those dopamine hits, it gives you a little bit of credit. So you're rewarding yourself for the efforts that you are making. Then over time, when you can then start to see what are the efforts and monitoring the results that those efforts are producing, then we can actually start to see it, honey, as you mentioned, where is it that actually I'm doing really well and I want to push myself a little bit more and get more results? And where is it that perhaps I didn't need to do this at this time? So by actually monitoring the results, we end up getting better results overall.
Yeah, very nice, absolutely. All I say is when you meditate regularly, you will start finding that your brain, your intuition will start giving you clarity. So that's where I wanted to come, that you will know what your things to do list would be, because all of a sudden you know what is more important for you, how you want to contribute to the world, what are the goals that you wish to achieve, and how you can utilize your life in a more better way and serve the community in a better way. So you'll find that those lists will start coming when you meditate. So that's the other thing I would say to everybody, when you regularly meditate, and for me as well, as I've regularly meditated, clarity has come up. And it doesn't come up very easily. There is a lot of mishmash that happens for a while, because don't forget you have samskaras. Samskaras means your previous births and all these ideas and all these belief systems and your programming as you were growing up and your experiences that have shaped you that, oh, I feel scared about this, or I don't like this, I'm not sure if this is right for me, because of all your experiences of life. So all that adds too much of the mishmash, rather than a little bit of clarity, and you realize I am anything I want to be. Everything's possible in my life. I just need to know what I want to do in my life, so you have a bit of clarity. So when you meditate on a regular basis, you'll start realizing, I love this. I'm not too interested in this. I'm only doing this because I keep my family happy, let's say, but I really would prefer to do this, which is more interesting. So let me have a better communication or sit down and converse with my family to tell them I'd rather do this for my career than this. Then you'll go into a path that's happier for you. But it's the meditation that gives you, first of all, that balance and that focus as well. So this is really good. I have another question for you as we start just coming to the end of this part. Problem solving and creativity. So has there been any time, Riddhi, Ajay, that have you thought about the point where you've got stuck somewhere? And then suddenly you've just meditated and you found the answer or so. Has there been anything like this? Or has there been any things where you get confused and you think, how do I find my little, can you share something in that area?
Well, I've actually found, since we're talking about meditations, is that when I set myself an intention, I just set it and put it to a side. And then I do my meditation and I go about my day. And it might even be sometime later on in the day that perhaps like a music track's come on and it's triggered. And I've found the answer to the question that I had earlier on. So sometimes it's just about being in flow and not forcing myself. I used to be in a state where I would force myself and push myself before I started to do the meditations and before I started to do the yogas. And then I actually found, do you know what? There's a balance. We talk about this in yoga as well. It's a balance of Shiva and Shakti, which is masculine energy and feminine energy. Knowing when to push and knowing when to find the flow and when to find the ease is so important. And it served me really well in my life, is when I can say, this is the goal that I have. I don't quite know how I'm going to achieve it. The how is not important right now. Let me just focus on what it is that I'm going to do. And then the how comes later. And it's kind of like it almost just falls into place. That is because the subconscious mind has been working on problem solving and working out what the answer is, even though the conscious mind has been busy doing something else.
That's a very good one. Yes, absolutely. That's very nice. Yeah, because the actual answers keep coming, right? And so one of the things that before I ask Sharon the same question is the fact that when you're meditating regularly, you will find that both sides of your brain start. You will start this called what the neuroplasticity. So or neuroplasticity, they call it. So you will find that all these little connections start taking place in your brain without you realizing as you're meditating regularly. And you will find that both the right side and the left side starts activating. You talked about the energy of the yin and the yang and the Shiv and the Shakti and the male and the female energy. And as we know that we have flow on both sides of our bodies and when the energies are flowing, but we talk about that we should bring them all into the Sushumna, the Ida and the Pingala channels, which are on the right and the left side of us. They need to be centered. So if you have the energies moving up and down in the center side of you, you become a lot more balanced. Your chakras become balanced. You think, for example, you won't be too aggressive and you won't be too passive either. You'll be kind of in the middle. Let's say assertive, let's call it a bit more, you know what you're asking for, but in a nice way. So you don't have to be so you'll find you all become sort of more on the center point. So this is something we get from meditation. And when you do this on a regular basis, the problem solving and the creativity, it becomes amazing because the solutions just start coming just like this. It could be the most unusual solution, but your brain works very quickly for some reason. And you think, I can sort this out this way. I can sort this out this way. It's not something you have learned, but it comes naturally when you do some regular meditation. This is what I have found. And I think this, again, research has also provided statistics for this area, where a lot of people become more creative and very good problem solvers. Can you share something in this area, Sharon? And I believe Mala has her hand up, so maybe we can bring her down for our final question. So, dear Sharon, is there any part that you would like to talk about in terms of creativity and problem solving? Or it doesn't have to be problem solving, just creativity, how meditation supports your creative development.
I'm going to go back to when I lived with Sitara Devi, my Guruji. And at that point, I mean, I'd been dancing all my life, but I was trained to embody all of the deities, particularly the feminine. And she was a great devotee of Durga. So when I'm blocked or something, I will transform myself and dance into Durga. And then I learned from the Tibetan tradition even deeper that you're in this realm of Durga and you feel her power and you feel her creativity and you're saying her mantra, it's going around your heart. And this brings this immense Shakti, and that Shakti can flow into all areas of your life. So sometimes if I'm blocked, I'll bring in Saraswati, particularly, in the world of music, I'll bring in Saraswati and embody Saraswati and do the mantras. And that really, it's a different, it's kind of a more active form of meditation, but it's a fantastic practice to bring in the qualities of these days, and Shiva, also the male, and then Ganesh and everything. So that is what really helps me with my creative expression, to do that.
That's beautiful. That's really nice, because meditation, actually, it's up to you whether you do visual meditation, because there's visualization meditation. You can use affirmations and mantras for meditation, or you can just have a silent meditation where you're going more as on an inward journey, as we would do when we sit silently, and reflect and contemplate. And silence our minds as well, so from the thoughts that or sometimes you're just watching the thoughts go in and out, etc. As you know, there are many thoughts that are just continuously buzzing around in our minds. But the interesting thing is, when you meditate, it becomes like a pond that's full of dirt, which all the dirt kind of settles down, and then you can see everything so clearly that you can deal with it. You think, oh, there's a stone there, oh, there's a bit of mud there, or there's a plastic bit there I need to take out. So whatever you see very clearly is through your meditation. So meditation, again, has many, many positive benefits from the creative side, the problem-solving side, reducing all the stress and anxiety that we have in our lives, increasing our focus and attention and concentration, which is fantastic for people who are taking exams or studying as well. We've got Mala here. Mala, why don't we, I've been asking these wonderful questions and these lovely answers that are coming through from both Riddhi and Sharanji. Mala, I want to ask you, if you went on a holiday, sometimes people get stressed and they say, okay, let's go off for a vacation somewhere. And the vacation is going to help me to really, melt the stress away. Have you ever been on a vacation like that, where you felt that I just need to get away, and this is where have you gone, and how did it help you feel when you did that?
Namaste. Lovely to see you. Beautiful topics and a few questions. Okay, so I just recently went to France for the Rugby World Cup, and I thought I chose everything beautifully. And then I got stressed out because the feedback I got was I chose the wrong locations and it was dangerous. I stressed, but I meditated and I prayed and I asked the universe to give me the best and make me safe and protect me. And you know what? All the wonderful thing, everybody that came through, I was safe. I walked safely, and it was in Marseille, actually, and I was told I was clueless about what I was getting into. But the feedback from people that went there said, don't go in certain zones. But you know what? Everybody was wonderful to me, and I didn't go out too late at night, and I received people, and I stayed within my boundaries. But I was very protective, and prayed, and I meditated for protection wherever I went. I had the most beautiful time, most beautiful holiday. When you go on holiday, always go ask for the universe, ask God to protect you wherever you go, because you're in somebody else's space, but also learn to respect other people's cultures, language, and their belief systems. Just go for what you're going. And also you've got to accept, life's not always perfect, you're paying for the trip, but it may not be luxurious. Just understand, because we don't know what circumstances other people are on the other. Grass is not always green on the other side. But focus on you and your purpose and what you're going, and make every minute, and say, I am grateful that I could actually afford to go on a holiday, and some people just can't. And then we won the Rugby World Cup. I'll remember that.
Thank you very much for that, Malachi. That was really good. Now, that was completely off what I was talking about, but I really enjoy listening to your holiday, at rugby holiday that you had. My point that I wanted to make across was a lot of people go away on holidays to the seaside, to the mountain place, to a quiet place. They think that if I've got all of the stress and, things that are, of course, it helps you to calm down. It helps you to relax. It helps you to get a change of, atmosphere as well. So it'll help you to feel a lot better when you come back, when you return. The only thing is we tend to come back home and we return back to the way we were again. So what I'm trying to share is we all run off for vacations and holidays thinking we'll get away from it all, get ourselves back, get our heads right, come back, but really go back into the same situation again. So again, the final point I wanted to make here for today is, with the time that we've got now, is the fact that really meditation is one of those areas where you will get that permanent relaxation. It's the permanent stress-free feeling and the permanent bliss feeling that you get, inner joy and inner peaceful feeling that you get through regular meditation. So when I say to people that, if you're running out for a vacation or a holiday just to get away from it all, yes, it's good from short point of thing, but really, if you're looking for permanent, stress-free life and a permanent feeling that you're feeling at peace, then it would always be regular meditation. Now, shall we finish off with a lovely meditation? Sharon, Mark, would you like to join me?
We love your meditations, honey.
Okay, today I'm going to finish off with a lovely little Samarpan meditation. And I would love everybody who's out there around the whole world, my lovely Healing Our Earth family members out there, just join me, just enjoy a 5 minutes, nice little meditation. When I start off, it's going to be a Samarpan meditation. In Samarpan meditation, what we do is we say a mantra, and the mantra is said 9 times. And after then, we sit very quietly. When the mantra is being said, you can just concentrate on the top of your Sahasrara chakra here. So if you can, if your mind is wandering a little bit or thinking about many things, try to bring your thoughts back and just try to concentrate on the top of your crown here. This is where your Sahasrara chakra is. This is where they say you have 1,000-petaled lotus. What that means is you have, let's imagine it as 1,000 aerials for tuning in to the energy around the world. So imagine it's pulling energy into your body, into your energetic body. Just imagine it like that. So today, I'd like you to sit down quietly, close your eyes, and I'm watching. Thank you. Breathe in a couple of times, in and out. Try to feel grounded, relaxed. You can sit on a chair. It's better to sit on the floor, but you can sit on a chair, no problems. Most of the times, we normally put our hands with our palms facing up, like this, and we put that onto our laps because it's like an open gesture, welcoming gesture, allowing the energy to flow. You keep your back straight, the spine will be nice and straight. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tatsmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Shiva Kripananda Swami Namo Namaha. Om 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 Shiva Kripananda Swami Namo Namaha. I'd like you to sit silently for 5 minutes with your focus on the top of your crown chakra. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.